Is that really working? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good evening. I call this June 23rd, 2026 meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. We ask those in attendance tonight to please silence your cell phones. Thank you to those here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. Sergeant Strickland is our Sergeant-in-Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance. This evening I'll be leading our invocation. It has been an eventful and memorable few weeks. Our Carolina Hurricanes, whose practice home is right here in Morrisville, lifted the Stanley Cup and brought our region together in celebration, culminating in a joyful parade through downtown Raleigh. Closer to home, we gathered for a wonderful Juneteenth celebration, filling our parks with music, community, and the shared recognition of freedom and progress. These two very different moments, one rooted in sport, the other in history and justice, both remind us of the power of community. They show how joy, pride, and shared purpose can bring people together across backgrounds and experiences. As we meet tonight, and as we look ahead, let us continue to do all we can to promote understanding, compassion, and a commitment to making our lives and the lives of those around us better in every way that we can. And as our nation approaches its 250th anniversary, which we will celebrate on July 2nd, just 9 days from now, may we renew our dedication to the ideals that bind us: unity, respect, and the ongoing work of building a more inclusive and hopeful future. All who are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. If you noticed anything in the agenda that could be a conflict or look like one, please share that now. Okay, seeing none, I would like to request that we add a proclamation regarding the Carolina Hurricanes to be read during section 8 of the agenda. And if that's okay with everybody, I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's agenda with that addition.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, a second from Councilmember Kessling. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. There are 4 items on this evening's consent agenda: Chamber of Commerce Services Agreement, Capital Project Ordinance Amendments closing capital projects, FY26 Budget Ordinance Amendments, 4th quarter, and approval of May Council meeting minutes. Would any member of council wish to pull any of these items for discussion? Or is a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda. I'll second.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, a second from Councilmember Johnson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0 as well. We have 2 proclamations listed on our agenda for reference and one which will be read. The ones for reference are proclamation recognizing National Park and Recreation Month and proclamation recognizing 250th anniversary of the United States. So at this time, since it takes all of us, we've arranged that each of us are going to read part of the proclamation. We're going to start down with Councilmember Patel, work to Councilmember Johnson, and skip over to Councilmember Kessling and work our way back. So this is a proclamation recognizing the achievements of the Carolina Hurricanes. Councilmember Patel.
All right. Whereas the Carolina Hurricanes franchise began in 1971 as the New England Whalers of the World Hockey Association, joining the National Hockey League in 1979 as Hartford Whalers, before relocating to Raleigh, North Carolina in 1997, rebranding as Carolina Hurricanes.
And whereas the town of Morrisville is home to the Wake County Competition Center, the state-of-the-art training facility that serves as the Hurricanes practice home, providing a modern, professional environment that has supported player development, recruitment, retention, and the day-to-day excellence that contributed to building a championship team. And
Whereas the Hurricanes built a passionate and loyal fan base across the Triangle in the state of North Carolina, reaching their first Stanley Cup final in 2002 and capturing their first Stanley Cup championship in 2006.
And whereas on June 14th, 2026, the Carolina Hurricanes secured their second Stanley Cup championship by defeating the Las Vegas Golden Knights, bringing the Stanley Cup back to North Carolina.
And whereas the Hurricanes 2026 Stanley Cup Championship is a source of pride and inspiration for residents throughout Morrisville and the greater region, reflecting the power of teamwork, perseverance, and community spirit.
Now therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize and celebrate the Carolina Hurricanes for their 2026 Stanley Cup Championship and extends the appreciation of our community for the team's achievements and its longstanding connection to Morrisville.
At this time, I'd like to ask Jeff Ammons, the developer of the Wake Competition Center and the area, to come on up to receive the proclamation from all of us. And it was a number of years ago that we worked really hard as a council and staff to get a $3 million grant from Wake County Hotel Motel Tax that made this possible. I'd love to hear any thoughts that you have of the intervening years and how it's been here in Morrisville.
Sure. Thanks for having me. This is very nice. I know we tried to get players and it was a disappointment. It was only me, so I apologize. But I think they went to the state legislature today. I don't know if you saw that, but it was a lot to ask for 2 meetings in one day. But I would just say, Morrisville's been great for us and for the project, and it's been very supportive. The community's been great, and we're just happy to be here. And I'll also add that the Lenovo Center is under construction until the season starts back. And so if you check the calendar, we'll be hosting all of the training camp, and it's all open to the public for free. And we're also hosting the prospect tournament, which we get every 4 years. And so this year, Nashville, Tampa, Florida, and the Hurricanes all send their young prospects, and they'll play a number of games, and they'll all be at the Wake Competition Center in September.
That's very exciting. And also the junior Hurricanes are really becoming a force.
The junior Hurricanes at every age group continue to win more and more. It's very interesting. And the Stanley Cup always gives you a bump. This is an Olympic year, so we get a big bump in figure skaters also. So it's a good year.
Well, thank you
Yep.
for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks.
Go Canes. Okay. So next on the agenda is Morrisville Speaks, which is our public comment time. For those who have signed up to speak, please approach the microphone and begin by stating your name and residential address and direct your comments to the council. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their thoughts. A timer will start after you state your name and address, and a buzzer will sound when your time is up. We appreciate your cooperation in helping us manage time fairly for all participants. Town Clerk Bertling, do we have people signed up?
We do. First up is Stephanie Reed.
Stephanie Reed, aka Sea Shanty Steph, 1672 Legendary Lane, Morrisville. Hello, boys and girls. Can you say neighborhood? Now, for those of you old enough to remember late night TV in the 80s, that word may bring up an image of Eddie Murphy in a dingy cardigan singing slightly off key and locking roughly 14 deadbolts behind him. This was Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood, the ghetto SNL parody of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Back then, Mr. Robinson lived in a cramped apartment with police sirens blaring like theme music. He used to look at beautiful, wealthy neighborhoods like Kids Creek and tell the kids at home, if nobody was home, he'd break right in. But when Eddie Murphy brought the character back in 2019, the neighborhood had gone through a change called gentrification. As Mr. Robertson sings in the updated modern theme song, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Could you be mine? Would you be mine? I'm gone for a bit, but now I'm all right. My neighbors are all black, but now they're white. So the check cashing place turned into a bank. Elevator worked and the staff, they don't stink. The white people came and changed everything, but I am still your neighbor. Eddie Murphy, Mr. Robertson explained gentrification to the boys and girls, a magic trick. White people pay for a lot of money, then poof, all the black people are gone. Knock, 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 enter his new white neighbors, Damian Mika, who proudly paid $1.2 million for a luxury unit where Mr. Robinson's old pal Frankie used to cook crack. And within 5 seconds, what do they ask? Where's our 72-inch smart TV that was delivered in the lobby? Mr. Robinson calls out their blatant racism, slams the door, and reveals to the children at home the only reason he lives there is because of a legal loophole called squatters' rights, or as he defines it, finders keepers, but for other people's houses. Now, it's a hilarious sketch comedy, but as a local housing policy, it's a complete horror movie because it begs the question, where do the original neighbors go when they get poofed out of existence? The truth is, they aren't moving south to Atlanta. In the real world, they are being forced onto our streets. If you think $1.2 million former crack houses are just a New York problem, let's look at the data. In 2025, North Carolina won a first place trophy nobody wants. We reported a staggering 33% surge in homelessness, the highest percentage increase in the entire country. It's no wonder that Governor Josh Stein had to issue an executive order to help stimulate building more housing. And just like Damian Mika accusing Mr. Robinson over a missing TV, our local crisis is deeply tied to systemic racism. In Wake County, black residents make up 63% of our homeless population. The root cause isn't a mystery, it's a failure of housing supply driven by restrictive zoning laws. This zoning has deep historical roots in keeping lower income and minority residents out of certain zip codes. Today, that economic eviction machine is still running. Whether it's banning apartments in favor of luxury row houses or making it illegal to build anything other than massive single-family homes right here in Morrisville, we are choking the supply. Housing become a brutal high-stake game of musical chairs. When there aren't enough chairs, wealthy buyers outbid working-class family, rents triple, and our diverse communities get wiped out. We cannot treat housing like an exclusive country club. Let's make sure local development allows everyone in Wake County to say it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Next is Saran Sidaram.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Town Council members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm new to Morrisville. I'm relatively new, and I thought I would stop by tonight to appreciate the efforts of this council that it has taken to promote public health and preserve the safety of our community. And one thing that particularly really struck me was that in 2023, this council adopted the comprehensive town tobacco-free policy. So in that policy, you not only included traditional cigarettes, but you also included vapes and also other tobacco products. So this shows that this council and this town understands that public health challenges are not stagnant, but constantly evolving. So because of the policy that you enacted on all town-owned properties, in town buildings, parks, playgrounds, and even recreation facilities, you have effectively addressed also the issues of nicotine addiction and secondhand exposure to smoke. I would also thank the police officers, firefighters, educators, and community organizers who help us every day to fight the issue of vaping and excessive tobacco smoking. Morrisville has one of the strongest anti-vaping policies, one of the first and also the strongest anti-vaping policies in Wake County. Now, I think we can all build on that very good body of work that we have done. We can increase our public health awareness. We can support more educational initiatives for the public. We can engage in more youth prevention policy. I heard that the mayor has a very good mayor youth council. And we can also foster relationships with nonprofits and schools and educators and healthcare providers for this great and noble cause. So again, I would like to thank you all for your great work on this particular issue. And as a medical professional myself, I am very passionate on this issue, and I would be honored to contribute in any way or form to deal with this issue, because vaping is a very big problem that the youth of our nation have to face in today's world. So let's all act together as a community in further building our work regarding that. Thank you once again for all the great work that you guys have done on this council. Thank you.
Next is Steve Rao.
Steve Rao, 128 Gradiot Drive. First of all, I want to thank the council. I want to congratulate you all on passing a budget, and I want to thank all the staff for all the work that goes on. A lot of times, especially when you leave public office, the public doesn't realize how much work goes into being an elected official. So I just wanted to thank all of you and all of the staff for what you do. Today, I just wanted to come and give a few remarks before Morrisville goes to be in the finals of the All-America City Award. You know, just last week I went to Hamilton with Satish Councilmember Garimella, and one of my favorite lines of the musical is, young, scrappy, and hungry like my country, and working smarter and harder like the $10 founding father. And those words really made me think about Morrisville. You know, this town has worked so hard and so smart. We may not be young anymore, but what we are achieving is truly remarkable. Having the competition center here where the Carolina Hurricanes train is truly, truly amazing. And we're one of the only councils with 2 immigrants on the council, Councilmember Garimella and Councilmember Patel, who served his country in the U.S. Army. So we thank him for his service. 250 years ago, America's story began. And I really believe that oftentimes we don't tell the public or even North Carolina that the Morrisville story is the American story. It's built on immigrants who come from all over the world and call this place home. And when you bring in that diversity, it's a reminder that diversity is the nation's strength. And I think this is so important for our children to know as well and learn about the historic significance of the rise of this small crossroads, which has now become an international community, an all-American city in 2021, and soon to become an all-American city again. The other thing is Shiloh. You know, when you go and you run as much as I do, and you go through the Shiloh mile markers on the Greenway, you look at the fact that freed slaves were here in this town in the 1800s. And who would have ever thought that we'd come so far, so fast? At the end of the day, I really believe that Morrisville has taken its shot. And this town is showing the world what is possible when a community believes in itself. When we bring home the All-America City Award, and hopefully we will, I just want everyone to know, including the council and the staff members and the public listening to this message, that this is much more than just an award. It's about writing the American story every day. And every resident and every elected official and every staff member in this town is building that story that we can pass on to future generations. And I can't think of a better time for our nation to look at what happens when we can come together and be one. E pluribus unum, which is one of the founding principles of our country. From many, there is one. And there's no town that exemplifies that more than the town of Morrisville. Thank you all so much. 1 second. Have a great meeting.
Next is Suresh Narayan.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Suresh Narayan. I've come here and spoken quite a few times. But today is kind of important for me. First of all, we are done with the budget, thankfully. I want to appreciate Brandon and his team and everybody else who have worked on it, and also the council members to paying attention and looking after us and hearing what we are talking. So I'm glad that there was no increase. I would have been really disappointed if all 7 agreed to not raise the tax, or all 7 agreed to increase the tax. There was few people who voted for it and few people who didn't vote for it, and that's a good sign of management. So I truly want to appreciate what you guys have done. It's heartening to hear when we speak and the council members and people who are there, they listen to it. So that was, I wanted to take a moment because before the budget I came and spoke twice, and I truly want to appreciate being heard, not only from me and all the seniors in the town, being on the senior center. The other thing that I wanted to bring to the attention is the people who go on advisory boards. I don't know what the ruling is, not that all advisory boards are full. If there is a vacancy, and even like me, I didn't know, I applied late or whatever that was, I was told, so you cannot join an advisory board. This is a volunteer thing. We are trying to put in our time and bring best value to the town. I think that town council should look at it. If there is a vacancy, and even if somebody is applied late, they should be considered in the advisory board, because we take our own time and come and give suggestions and make sure everything works good for the community. Thank you.
That is the end of our signed up speakers.
Did we have any email comments or anything?
No, we do not.
Thank you to everyone who has spoken. If anyone in the audience who did not sign up and would like to address the council, please come forward to the microphone and stand, state your name and residential address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Would anyone like to avail themselves of that opportunity? Okay. As a reminder, we encourage the submission of written comments as they offer a valuable way for community members to share their feedback. To submit written comments, please email publicinput@morrisvillenc.gov. We're now at item 10, admin reports. These are for information only unless a council member has specific questions. Are there any questions on these 2 reports, the Community Innovation Group Quarterly Update and the Smart City Program Update? Okay, seeing none, moving on to number 11. We now invite Brett Martin, Transportation Project Manager, to the podium. He's going to do a presentation regarding Comprehensive Transportation Plan Update.
All right, let me get set up here. All right. Thank you, Mayor Colley. Good evening to you and members of the Town Council. Brett Martin here, Transportation Project Manager with the town, and also joining us tonight is Christina Whitfield with Kimley Horn and Will Anderson with Kimley Horn, consultants who have been working on the CTP update process with us. We last came to you, actually I need to, there we go. We last came to you with an update on the Comprehensive Transportation Plan development process in April with a preliminary look at general changes proposed for roadway cross sections, our universe of potential project concepts across all modes to carry forward for prioritization and potential inclusion in the plan, our proposed project prioritization framework, and our plans for how we planned to engage the public to provide input on and inform those deliverables. For this evening, we are here to share the results of our April engagement effort, a review of the project prioritization framework and the project concepts prioritization results, and the preliminary assignment of roadway cross sections to specific roadway segments throughout the town's roadway network. And then we will wrap things up with next steps for the CTP update process, follow up on some town council feedback and questions in April that aren't really addressed in the content that I just mentioned, share the Planning and Zoning Board's feedback from its meeting earlier this month, and then take your questions and comments at the end. And I'll just ask that we hold any questions and comments to the end as well. And I'm going to turn it over now to Christina. Well, let me just, before I do that, before I turn it over to Christina, just to give you an update of where we are in the process. This arrow was in the same place when we shared this with you in April. So it hasn't moved on this graphic, but the needle has moved more toward the adoption phase. We are still in the action plan and documentation phase of the plan update process, but we are moving that needle closer to finalizing recommendations and priorities and laying out the how behind making them happen in the plan, implementation plan for the plan before proceeding to the consideration of adoption before the end of this calendar year. And now I will turn it over to Christina, and I will be back with you in a bit to cover some content later on.
Thanks so much, Brett. Council, thanks so much for having us back out tonight to share an update on the CTP. We're really excited to share with you what we've heard from the community over the past several months and share with you the culmination of all of that feedback into our recommendations and cross-section mapping. So if you remember from our April meeting, when we were last out, we gave you an overview of all of the activities that we'd be undertaking as part of our Phase 3. So since then, we've met twice with our town staff technical team. We held 2 pop-up events, one at the Western Wake Farmers Market, and then we were also at Spring Fest. We held a traditional style public meeting here at Town Hall. We were with Planning and Zoning Board twice. We had an online survey. We're in the midst of our stakeholder interviews right now, and we're back with you guys for our 3rd town council meeting as a part of this project. Just a refresher of what we heard in April from you guys and our Planning and Zoning Board members. There was a strong emphasis placed on accessibility and safety, especially for seniors and folks with disabilities. There was a strong support for making our bicycle and pedestrian facilities more separated than those that were originally intended to be on street. There were some mixed reviews, depending on who we talked with, about different roadway connections, with some support for some and some non-support for others of those. As we started to discuss the right-of-way impacts of those cross-sections, there was an interest in better understanding how they might change between the 2019 CTP and what we're coming back with you guys today. So we do have a slide to address that directly. And then just a continued emphasis on public engagement. So we'll get into some of those results right now. Just to put some numbers to our Phase 3 touch points, so we did have those 2 multidisciplinary staff team meetings. That's comprised of planning, engineering, public works, fire, police, comms, parks, rec. It's really a great group who helps guide this and make sure that we're being considerate of all of the various moving parts in the town. We had that public meeting, 2 pop-up events. We had 45 folks return our online survey. We had 10 people spend some time with that interactive map that was a part of it. And then between those 2 pop-up events at Western Wake and Spring Fest and the in-person public workshop, we had a little over 100 individual conversations with folks. Going into that public survey, this was one of the more designed components of our outreach, so it's a lot easier to pull some of those more quantitative things out of it. The survey did request feedback on modal priorities, so intersections, roadways, bicycle, pedestrian facilities, in a way that allowed us to better understand some trade-offs that people might be willing to make as we're considering those. It requested feedback on priorities for each of the individual modes, and then it did include an interactive map with all of the recommendations that were coming in the plan and allowed people to express support or not support for those projects and provide comments if they felt so inclined. For the modal priorities, this one's a little bit interesting because I think one of the things that we noticed is we did a similar activity in person as we were able to ask in the online survey. Due to the format of the media differences, we got some slightly different results. So in the survey, this was a ranking activity. Folks could rank from 1 to 5 their priorities. And in person, everyone had 10 pebbles. They put them in a jar based on where their priorities were. So they're not apples to apples, but we got a lot of really good information from that. And you'll see here from our survey, the folks that took that were ranking pedestrians, intersections, roadways as their top 3. But then when we look at that in-person feedback that we received, that flips a little bit. We've got transit, bicycle, and pedestrian. So we did some math to try to combine these results, and you'll see the combined there is a priority emphasis on transit, pedestrian, and bicycle. But just some interesting takeaways from those folks that did take the survey online versus those that we engaged with in person. As a part of that interactive map, folks were able to drop points of support or non-support for our individual projects. Again, only 10 folks took the time to move on to this part of the survey. 45 folks took the front half of the questions, but when we got to the map, only 10 people decided they wanted to spend their time and energy there. But of those folks that did, there was strong support expressed for the widening along 54. Beyond that, that's already a committed project. Widening along Davis and Lewis Stevens, seeing some trends there with some of our north-south connections. The widening along McCrimmon Parkway just past Davis, and then grade separation at the intersection of Morrisville, Carpenter, and 54. No one that took this portion of the survey expressed any discontentment with the recommendations. Similar concept for our bicycle and pedestrian projects. I won't read this whole list for you, but there was strong support expressed for several different projects, a mix of on-street bicycle facilities and greenway expansions. And again, similar to our roadway projects, there was no discontentment expressed via the online map about any of the recommendations. Finally, same thing for our sidewalk projects. Thankfully for us, you guys have some good policy in place, so we have a pretty comprehensive sidewalk network, so there's a lot fewer of these for folks to comment on, but there was expressed support for the installation of sidewalks along International Drive and continued focus on some of the Church Street gaps. And again, there was no discontentment expressed by members of the community for any of the sidewalk projects. Transit is our first one where we do get a piece of concern expressed by members of our community. So there was strong support for future BRT. There was strong support for the smart shuttle stops and installing the future train station. There was also some concern expressed, not necessarily about the installation of the train station, but that the location and some of the surrounding congestion could really prevent access to the train station. It's just something to keep in mind. All right, moving on to some more of those quantitative type questions from that survey. For each of the kind of modal buckets, we asked folks to help us understand what about that facility would be most important to consider, and we leveraged this in our prioritization conversations. So when we asked folks about what was most important to them when considering roadway and intersection projects, safety and congestion were our top two. You'll see there as we get to the bottom, most folks didn't see a strong desire to express support for activity center access. I think you guys are fairly well connected. Most folks have pretty decent access to things. That's probably a good reason for that dropping. And then benefit versus cost, we always have a really hard time communicating the value of benefit versus cost to the public. It doesn't always rise to the top of their priority list because it doesn't usually directly impact them. Similar concept for our bicycle and pedestrian priorities. Safety, again, was the #1 priority expressed by the community. Filling gaps in our existing network was the #2 there. And then again, as we got down to those activity center access and benefit costs, we started to fall off. Moving into transit, with this one it was a little bit different just by the nature of the beast. Transit's a little unique compared to some of our more surface transportation type projects. The two biggest priority areas expressed by the community were travel time and neighborhood access. So really thinking about getting into those individual neighborhoods easier than necessarily our big activity centers that we might think of when we think about providing transit access. Thinking about the folks that took our survey, 88% of them lived in Morrisville, 39% work or own a business, 85% made over $50,000 a year. We moved the needle a little bit on our demographics towards the community's makeup today, but quite still missed that from the folks that we had take the online portion. And I will emphasize, we did have 11% of our respondents were 65 or older, so we covered the proportion of seniors in the community with that online survey. The survey was also offered in multiple languages. All right, moving into our project prioritization. So this got teed up with you guys at your April meeting, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this front half, but really wanted to emphasize how we took some of that public feedback that we just reviewed and used that in the prioritization to result in the prioritized project list that's in your all's packets. So if you recall from April, we started with that universe of projects. Just the best way to think about it, it's every project that's ever been conceived as an idea in the town of Morrisville. We vetted that with our needs and existing conditions data, that safety data, congestion data, anything that we had our hands on that we could verify the actual need. We tweaked and vetted those and ran them through public feedback and staff feedback to refine them. And that's when we put them out to the community for comment and are bringing them back to you guys today. The other thing that's really important to remember from our April meeting is that our project evaluation and prioritization framework, as much as we would love for it to all be 100% local control, the reality of many of our streets is that they are NCDOT controlled, and we have to really think about our partnerships with folks like Campo and NCDOT and how we move these projects forward. So as a part of that consideration, we did look extensively at NCDOT and Campo's prioritization processes for how projects get scored when we submit them to those folks. And we tried really hard to leverage the feedback we heard from the community to balance it with what we know that our regional and statewide partners are going to be considering as project priorities. So if you remember this graphic from your last time, we created a nice crosswalk of where our prioritization criteria landed and how it does or does not address some of those regional and statewide partners' priorities. So that STI and spot line there is our NCDOT partners, and LAP is our Campo partners. So those are individual funding programs for those larger facilities through town. And you'll see there's a lot of overlap in it, but some of the more localized interests like bike ped effectiveness, transit effectiveness, and greater connectivity of our roadway network do not pop up into the level of some of those statewide priorities, but are local priorities. So taking that feedback that we heard from the community and marrying it with these criteria that we can actually get quantitative data for, we were able to have the public influence the weightings that we applied to each of those criteria. So when we think back to those charts about what they told us was important, safety, congestion, what have you, that was directly influencing our metric weightings for how we came up with our weighted total in the score. We also considered their feedback from the first round as well as these conversations and the definition of our metrics. So when we considered what they considered to be an activity center or what they told us was important about it filling existing gaps in the network, our criteria provided more points if it's filling a gap versus just providing a new facility. So we tried really hard to kind of mine from everything that they told us and see how many places we could have their fingerprints showing up in this prioritization. And then the last thing I'll mention on this one is that there was an individual criterion at the end of our prioritization that if it got public feedback, it got a couple of extra points. We didn't stop that at just the 10 folks that took the survey at phase 2. If you guys recall from phase 1, we had big maps at all of our public meetings, and we had just a general issues and concerns map that was a part of that phase 1 engagement. So we pulled all of those mapped points in addition to the folks that took the phase 2 survey. Finally, our weightings. So you'll see here, congestion is our top at 18%, roadway connectivity 16%, safety 15%, and then we go down from there. That public outreach, I'll note we left it at 4%, which may seem a little low, but as a reminder, we only had 45 people take the survey, so we don't want to over-bias the results for those 45 folks that did provide feedback into that survey. But it did get vetted through our town staff technical team, and everyone felt pretty good about how the results shook out, playing around and tweaking those weightings to reflect that feedback from the community. So just a couple of highlights from our actual outcomes. This is attachment 1 in your packet, so once we get to Q&A, we're happy to answer some more detailed questions if you've had time to review that. I think one of the things that was an interesting takeaway from our team is you guys have kind of hit excuse the metaphor, the cash cow right now of NCDOT. You've got a lot of your really big projects funded and happening. So a lot of our bigger priorities that rise to the top of that prioritization matrix are actually already committed projects through the state's program. But there are still some higher priorities that remain that don't have funding that we'll have to continue to work with our regional partners and advocate for, as well as some things that might be able to be moved forward a little bit more quickly at the local level, like some of the Morrisville Parkway access management improvements, the widening of 54 as we think about down towards Cary between Maynard and Cary Parkway, Davis Drive for the inclusion of bus facilities, widening of McCrimmon, Evans, and then many of the intersections along NC 54 continue to score really high in the prioritization. You'll note on your map, there's several locations where we just specify intersection improvement more broadly. I think one of the things that's really important to remember is at this macro level planning scale, we don't have the level of analysis or data collection to actually analyze exactly what every turning movement is at that intersection and what improvement may need to be made to fix that. We're thinking at this level, we're much more at the system-wide scale. But when we think about those intersection improvements, there's a couple of different types of things we could see. We could see signalization, we could see access management, we could see the installation of turn lanes, realignments to make the geometry better, or we could see something as simple as adding pedestrian countdown heads and marked crosswalks. While at this phase, there are 4 more intersections that are in that list that will be moving into a little bit more detailed analysis, and we'll work with you guys on what those 4 are so that we do get at kind of this greater level of granularity for what those improvements could be. And then finally, just a couple of changes to the roadway projects from the 2019 CTP that was adopted. Extending Southport Drive, a new roadway connection between the future Town Hall extension to Providence Place and Davis Drive, intersection improvements along Church Street at Jeremiah, Downing Glen, and Traybrook, intersection improvements at Slater and Sorrel Grove, Town Hall and Downing Glen, the Morrisville Parkway access management improvements that you guys are familiar with, center turn lane on Church Street north of Carolina, and then widening Evans Road south of Aviation from 4 to 6 lanes to be consistent with what is in the NCDOT and Campo plans. And then projects that have been removed since the 2019 CTP, the NC 885 tollway extension, so that the loop that you guys would have seen on that prior map has been removed from here. We have maintained connectivity with a more local level street that would just be an extension of Town Hall Drive, but no connection to the tollway. And you'll note it's still shown as a hashed line on here because it still is on plans at the regional level, but there has been some evolution and we're having some stakeholder conversations about the future of that project and have chosen not to reflect it in the Morrisville CTP. And then Markham Drive from Paramount Parkway to Sorrel Grove Church Road was also removed from the future connections. We actually just wrapped up our greenway prioritization, so this was a little bit of a different beast than the roadway and intersection level prioritization. We had to look into segmenting those so that they were more logical projects with independent utility, and some of the criteria that we used in that were access to community resources, environmental impact, if it provides a good alternative to roadway facility travel. So the results of those will be coming out shortly as part of our implementation plan. All right, our roadway cross sections. So while the project list that we talked about is really important, it requires a lot of regional coordination, statewide coordination. This roadway cross sections is one of the places where Morrisville has the most local control over what happens, because this is the conduit for how you guys communicate with the development community, with NCDOT, with Campo, about what the ultimate vision is for each of the roads within town. It really does provide clarity as to, for lack of better terms, what that street wants to be when it grows up someday. It allows you guys to partner with the development community as the development comes in and get those improvements put in place as part of that development. It allows us to make sure that what we're saying we want that road to do actually aligns with the surrounding land use context, that it's appropriate for the surrounding facilities. And it's really our way of balancing what NCDOT might be expecting from a mobility standpoint with what the town might be wanting from more of an access standpoint and bike ped connectivity. So if you were around for our 2019 CTP, or if you've read it and have it pretty memorized, there are 22 cross sections in our new recommended plan. 10 of those are kept from the 2019 CTP and 12 are new to this CTP. I will say one of the reasons that we have so many new is, as a part of our early conversations as this CTP update kicked off, was our old cross sections had a wide range. So there were fewer cross sections, but they ranged from 60 feet of right of way to 110 feet of right of way, and it left staff with a lot of decisions to make. And it created some unpredictability in the review process for what we were telling developers and folks in the community that was on that corridor. So we have added additional cross sections to help remove that ambiguity. There's 4 cross-section bases as you're looking at these. We have our 2-lane undivided and divided, 3-lane undivided, and 4-lane divided. So some big changes that you'll see, if you remember in this 2019 CTP, there was this 5-lane section, 2 outside lanes on each side and a middle turn lane. We have gotten rid of that. State of the practice is that's going away. It's a very unsafe corridor configuration, so that's no longer reflected. And then we've added, because of the great increase in transit planning since 2019, we've added several cross sections that account for the future of bus lanes in the triangle. And then I think one of the big things we wanted to address from your all's prior feedback is that the right-of-way needs for all of the updated cross sections do fall within the previous cross section ranges, but they are all greater than what that minimum range would have been. And some of that is due to just greater cross-section demands, but a lot of it is because the standards for those facilities has increased. So the last plan considered sidewalks of only 5 feet, whereas our plan now considers sidewalks of 6 feet because that's the new industry standard. So you'll see some of those increases just accounted for in the changes of widths of our typical facilities. And I'm going to turn it back over to Brett to talk about some of the changes to individual corridors.
All right, thank you, Christina. Brett Martin back with you. So Christina just talked about the comparison of cross sections from the 2019 CTP to this updated CTP, what we have in draft form. and that there aren't really any right-of-way changes. All of the right-of-way for the new cross-sections are within the ranges that we had for the previous cross-sections in the 2019 CTP, but that is completely agnostic to roadway segment. And so because we do have different cross-sections that we're applying to various roadway segments throughout town, we do have some, what I would consider substantial roadway element changes in specific roadways throughout the town. And that's what I'm going to cover with you now. So one big one is Evans Road is moving from a 4-lane section to a 6-lane section, and it will have additional right-of-way needs to do that. That's in the 2019 CTP, it was a 4-lane section. This proposed CTP, it is a 6-lane section. That is a project that is in the 2055 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. Another project where we see a roadway where we see a change that we need to note is Everett Fields Road. We added a side path assumption there from Shiloh Greenway to Church Street to provide that connection over to what you previously saw as a bike ped connection across the railroad. That was previously a local street designation. So in converting it from what would just be a sidewalk to a side path, there are some additional right-of-way, there would be some additional right-of-way need there to make that happen. Not a lot, but it does have an impact. There's also a side path added to Mason Farm Road from the Shiloh Greenway to Church Street, which is a change in the cross-section for that, but the right-of-way for that is within the range of the previously assigned cross-section from the 2019 CTP. Side paths are also added to both sides of Morrisville Carpenter Road. When we came to you in April, we had a side path on one side and bike lanes. So bike lanes on both sides and a side path on the south side. That, going through the public input process, back to the staff technical team, and talking through that, the recommendation for that changed now to having a side path on both sides rather than bike lanes. Just because there's, that's we got a lot of input from the town council, from planning and zoning board, from the public. We need to do as much as we can to separate bicycle travel from vehicular travel lanes as much as possible. So we're moving in that direction, but in doing so, that would have some right-of-way impacts on Morrisville Carpenter Road because we have to make room for an additional side path. Again, not a lot, but moving from a 5-foot sidewalk to a 10 to 12-foot side path has impacts. So I wanted to mention that. Cross-section, we also are applying a cross-section to Trans-Air Drive. That was previously just a local street designation. There are no additional right-of-way needs anticipated there. The same concept we would be applying to Odyssey Drive. That was previously a local street designation. But there would be no right-of-way needs anticipated there. And then a cross-section was also applied to Competition Center, Nova, and Dominion Drive. That combination of roadways there that kind of come together to help you snake from McCrimmon Parkway over to Aviation Parkway. Really, the intent there is to preserve the unique roadway characteristics of that combination of thoroughfares. No additional right-of-way needs are anticipated there. It is important to note that Competition Center Drive, though, is a private drive. It's not been publicly dedicated. So it would remain private, but would be subject to the new cross-section with applicable development if it were ever to be publicly dedicated. A few other notes I wanted to add before I move on from this slide. Also wanted to mention, at the last town council meeting, we received feedback on some concern with a center turn lane on Church Street and whether or not that would require the movement of any curbs outward to make room for that. We took another look at that, and that was a good point to make because certainly that would be impactful south of Carolina Street. Between Carolina Street and Morrisville Carpenter Road on Church Street, if we were to do that, it would require additional right-of-way. It would probably require the curbs to be pushed out more. So the center turn lane recommendation on Church Street now is just north of Carolina Street. And if you go just north of Carolina Street along the corridor there, the right-of-way that exists today already is enough to accommodate a center turn lane. So there's no right-of-way impacts there, but there would be south of Carolina Street if we had continued with our previous kind of approach. Another thing I wanted to mention is I mentioned the movement of bike lanes, 2 bike lanes on Morrisville Carpenter Road and a side path on one side to side paths on both sides. In addition to that, we removed the bike lane assumption on Carrington Mill and are doing side paths there as well. So we changed that from assuming that we would have bike lanes in the roadway facility itself to having a separated bikeway within the road right-of-way, parallel to the facility. So that covers kind of some of the changes that we have recommended, following up from everything that we did with public engagement, hearing from you, hearing from Planning and Zoning Board, hearing again from our staff technical team, and just doing further analysis of what makes sense and what's a better option for people to travel, how they want to travel. So I'm going to talk a little bit about next steps, moving on from where we're at now. So we are currently in what I would call, and we have been in what I would call the what, why, and where phase of the CTP update process. And we are transitioning from the what, where, and why phase to the how, when, and who phase. So we're trying to establish, okay, here's what we want, why we want it, and where we want it. Now we need to move to who's going to do it, how are we going to do it, and when are we going to do it. And so that's what we're looking to do. Our next steps in terms of milestones, we are starting stakeholder interviews with the major kind of key stakeholders that we have, which are NCDOT, Campo, and the town of Cary this week, and then kind of heading into July. And then, of course, we will also do stakeholder interviews with a lot of our community stakeholders in July as well. So that's what we'll be working on quite a bit for the rest of this month and for July. Also, during this period of time, and following up from that, we will be developing the implementation plan for the CTP update, which is that who, how, and when. And that will come back to both the Planning and Zoning Board and Town Council in the fall. Actually, it'll be September. And when I first put this slide together, the dates were still a little bit in flux. But we have circled, it will be September for that. And what will that implementation plan do? Well, it will finalize the general project scopes and termini for each of the projects so that we're parsing out projects with appropriate independent utility and that makes sense to deliver on their own and for the extent that they run. Finalize project priorities and phasing within specified timeframes. So that when that I mentioned, generate planning level cost estimates for projects, finalize the cross-section schematics and their matching to specific roadway segments, address project funding sources to pursue. So part of the how, the funding is a big part of the how. Address constraints and risks associated with project delivery, address the best way to deliver the projects and the parties best positioned to deliver them, so who, and generate recommendations for further study and development of project concepts. And so I wanted to follow up a lot of the town council feedback that we received back in April. We sprinkled in some follow-up to that through the content that we just delivered. But there were some other points that were made that I want to follow up on, which are, we received comment on, can you get existing or prior traffic counts? And one of the things I wanted to mention about traffic counts is the CTP update was not scoped to collect traffic counts, not to go out there and actually do that data generation, that data collection and data generation. That is really if we were to do that at all the roadways and all the intersection approaches and everything, that would be an extremely significant and costly effort. So what we were scoped to do was to use NCDOT traffic counts collected at established stations where they just have an ongoing traffic count collection program. And then that, of course, also generally feeds into our travel demand forecasting with the Triangle Regional Model, the Triangle Regional Travel Demand Model, which is the model that Campo uses for macro scale traffic forecasting throughout the entire transportation network in the region. So wanted to mention that we're not scoped to collect traffic counts everywhere because that's a very significant effort. So, but we do think we have enough data from the NCDOT stations and what the Triangle Regional Model collects and uses to adequately inform the state of the town's transportation system in terms of congestion and volume versus capacity. We also wanted to mention that changes in the most recently observed traffic volumes compared to the 2019 CTP volumes were provided in a town council agenda in the materials back in January. So if you look at, I put the number in Granicus on there of what the item number was, but you can go back and look at that and you'll see maps that we provided that shows a comparison of traffic volumes between the two periods. Also wanted to mention that there was a good point that the town council would be good for you to see the status of the progress of recommended projects from the 2019 CTP. So we included that in your agenda materials as attachment 3, and then also the sidewalk gap prioritization framework. You asked for that, also a good point because, well, we're not doing anything with sidewalk prioritization because we have another mechanism in place to do that, and so it'd be good for you to see what that mechanism is. So that was included as well as attachment 4. And then lastly, I want to follow up on the plan's role in allowing the town to be designated a bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists. So I will say, I looked into this, and the CTP certainly serves some role in this by supporting the planning requirements and readiness that is needed to be a bicycle-friendly community as granted by that organization. But it's not really the venue to address most of the required components. The designation requirements as a bicycle-friendly community are much broader than the scope of the CTP. It's more of a programmatic thing than it is a, hey, here's your plan and all the things that we look at need to be in this plan. So those programmatic things focus on more specific engineering and design as it relates to bicycle facilities and what kind of standards we have related to that. Again, that goes beyond the CTP. The CTP actually doesn't do any design or engineering. Educational programming is a big piece of it. Community encouragement programming is a big piece of it. The evaluation of technical resources focused on supporting community bicycle travel is also a big part of it. So think there in terms of what resources does the town have to run a bicycle, encouragement friendly bicycle program. That would be staff, or maybe hiring a consultant or something to do it on a programmatic level. So that's really kind of what goes into that. It's much broader than just what the CTP would do to address it, or even is within the scope of the CTP to address it. So moving on, Planning and Zoning Board feedback from June 11th. So you have that. The Planning and Zoning Board had some concerns with generally low public participation in the spring survey. Well, so did I, so did everybody else. We want better participation than 45 responses. So we're going to try to do more moving forward. We don't have any more actually input solicitation steps with this CTP update development process, but certainly moving forward with other transportation plans and studies that we do, probably want to do a little bit more to look at how we get that participation up. They really want to put a lot of emphasis on ensuring as many facilities as possible have bicycle accommodations, and of course, separated bicycle accommodations. So buffered bike lanes, think bike lanes that have that three foot separation between the closest vehicular travel lane, or bikeways that are separated from the travel lanes, maybe on the other side of the curb with a verge in between. There's also some concern expressed on the Planning and Zoning Board of removing the connection of the Town Hall Drive extension to the North Carolina 885 tollway extension. So there is some support on that board for maintaining that connection or having that connection in there. A need to improve connectivity where possible and respect the public and stakeholder feedback and data supporting it. That kind of dovetails a little bit with the concerns that were raised with removing the connection of the Town Hall Drive extension to NC 885. Just really, really bullish. There's some members on the Planning and Zoning Board that are very, very bullish on connectivity and what that does to ease congestion and other problems throughout the roadway network. And then another thing was moving forward with quick win, low-impact intersection improvements following up from the CTP update. It's great that the CTP identified intersection problems and prioritized them, but what now, right? So what are we going to do? What are we going to do following up from that? And so that's kind of, they want to see some action there. And so that pretty much wraps up what they wanted to share and the feedback that we received from them. And then now I'm going to turn it over to you. I know that was long and it's a lot of information, it always is, but for you to ask questions, for you to provide feedback, and there are some potential discussion questions on the slide, but this is just to help prompt you. You can ask whatever, of course. And thank you for your time.
Councilmember Squamish Johnson, and I have a couple of questions, comments.
First of all, this is a very exciting update, and there's a lot of work, and that's an understatement, I'm sure. And this just being an update as opposed to a full refresh. So I have more granular questions about the process for town projects. Now, earlier in the presentation, you mentioned that majority of our roads are NCDOT owned and maintained, basically, with, Powell bill funding for maintenance of defects to the roadways and so forth like that. However, prioritization is competitive with other communities for Campo dollars and LAP funding. So we have a prioritization list within the list of documents you provided with us tonight. And what I noticed when I saw the prioritization list is all of the high priority lists. Thankfully, Morrisville Parkway is one of the high ones that is prioritized, but they are all connecting major roads. I did not see smaller roads in the high priority or smaller intersections in the high. It would either be medium or low, and specific projects like Church Street improvements and so forth are low, and I don't ever see them being prioritized high by a Campo or other organization because they simply serve a Morrisville community only. Can you elaborate a little bit more? We need to list these projects as needed in our CTP update, but how do we move through prioritization as this is a living document?
Can you repeat that last part? Sorry.
So I see that in the CTP, you're going to list all these needs that we have, and you're going to have an initial list of prioritization, but it is living. And, every year or every 2 years, NCDOT is going to reprioritize, but there are certain projects that will never rise to the occasion because they're solely within the town, and they're going to sit in our CTP. How do we, as a council and a community, understand and get action for these high impact intersection improvements but are low priority overall?
So there's a number of things that come to mind. It is true that thoroughfares that carry less traffic are automatically going to score less generally than those that carry more traffic. Everything with NCDOT specifically is designed to address volume, congestion, the highest traveled thoroughfares. Campo, it's a little bit of a mix. There are some local projects that can be done and that can rise to the top depending on the situation. So I don't want to say that it's, those are out of the mix for potential Campo participation through the LAP program. But some of this is, does the town want to do anything independently? Keep in mind also, we collect payment in lieu from developments, not all developments. I mean, the developer is certainly free to come in and put in the actual roadway improvements for the frontage, along the frontage of the property that they're developing. But there's a lot of occasions where they're paying in lieu for those improvements, and that money is being banked to be put into that corridor or on something important that makes that corridor work better. And so we do have that that's coming in as a financial resource throughout the town as development occurs. But it's, yeah, I mean, it's just, and that's one of the things we have to look at in the implementation plan is what is really viable for external funding sources and what isn't,
Right.
right?
Right.
And kind of lay that out.
So my last question, because I know we have a lot of eager folks here, is about how we look at the future and bake in our needs assessment. So the last time we had the 2019 update, Morrisville Carpenter Road was not improved. And so a lot of the congestion or traffic impact could not take into account the new 4-lane Morrisville Carpenter Road and determine, you know, where the next point of congestion was going to really peak. When now we know it's McCrimmon, but we didn't at the time. It was Morrisville Carpenter Road was the highest point of pain. As we are already actively working on our new town center, that is going to be a high impact area, which has a lot of 2-lane roads. I mean, that's where Church Street is, that's where Town Hall Drive, these are town roads, not NCDOT roads. How much of that project, as you know it today, have you been able to incorporate into this update?
Not much, just to be completely honest. I don't, you know, we haven't really factored in any trip generation assumptions into this. The CTP update was scoped to use, again, the triangle regional model and the inputs that go into that. Now, I will say the Morrisville Town Center, there is a land use assumption there that goes into TRM that assumes a certain amount of trips are being pulled there from certain origins, but it's very high level, right? So when the triangle regional model is updated every 4 years, those land use assumptions go in there, and I think that land use assumption has been built in there, but we don't have any like site-specific trip generation assumptions that were. So, which is a different exercise and done more at a micro level rather than that macro level exercise for the triangle regional model.
Well, thank you for that. It just seems sometimes we're not allowed to estimate future things that aren't in existence yet. And I totally know that the town center's not done yet, so we really don't have that true information, but it's sometimes nice to kind of anticipate the impact on, you know, those small arteries that are going to be part of our new town center. So thank you very much.
Let's just see if you do you have anything to add to that? Or?
I think the only thing I would add to that, and I think this goes into both town center and TOD, is one of the things that the CTP has been really conscientious of is trying to create an environment that is more conducive to not being in a single occupancy vehicle. And maybe it's just me as a planner, but when I think about what the goal of a place like Town Center or the TOD is, it's not to have a lot of folks driving in their cars all by themselves. So I think as we think about how we've updated the cross sections and tried to provide greater street connectivity, we're hoping to further kind of the philosophy of like what those areas want to be in terms of a community center that is more folks out on foot, out on bike, taking transit. So hopefully some of the modifications we've been able to reflect to the cross sections to make the environment that much more appealing do help to further some goals of getting people out of their cars and more in with the community in those particular areas too, even if we can't necessarily consider the immediate trip generation impacts on them.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. That's all.
I'm going to jump on this bandwagon for a second if I can. I don't want council to have the impression that, you know, we didn't consider town center, that future development isn't accounted for. When Brett's talking about the triangle regional model, a lot of work goes into that. So there were multiple meetings with your development review and land use planning staff and Campo that occur in developing those models. So you have a TOD plan that has assumptions in it for build out in terms of square footage of non-residential, number of multifamily units. Same thing for town center. There are development assumptions built in there for square footages, for number of units, types of development. So all of that, all those assumptions feed into the Triangle Regional Model, and they also receive information about at least any development that someone has come and talked to us about and that has actually been proposed. So all of that does feed into those models, and in that way is accounted, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, the only, just real quick on that, the only thing that it doesn't do is the origin destination assumptions that are built into the Triangle Regional Model are generalized, simplified and generalized, versus what we would have for a micro assessment of the trip generation and where the trips are coming from and what facilities they're using to get there. So that's really probably the best way to think about it.
Okay, and earlier that was Michelle Stiegel, our planning director. I have a couple of things, and then Councilmember Caramella. If we could go to slide 31, I'd appreciate it.
31.
31. And I'll start with the Evans Road 4-lane to 6-lane. Am I assuming correctly that Cary is going to go from Weston Parkway and widen it to 6 lanes there, and that's what's driving that? Because we just have a couple of hundred yards in Morrisville.
You're talking about Evans Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's in the MTP, so it's really project. I don't know if Cary's, I mean, I think it's probably also in Cary's plan, or it would need to be in Cary's plan, but it's actually being driven by Campo.
And remind me, why are we asking for it in Campo?
I don't know that we asked for it. I think it's the
big
transportation
overland
planning and
plan.
modeling work that they do suggested that it's needed.
Okay.
But we didn't ask for that, as far as
Yeah.
I know.
So I'm kind of wondering, because that seems like not a lot of juice for the squeeze for us, because it's just, we're not widening McCrimmon on the other side of Aviation, so I'm not sure what those couple hundred yards are going to do for us, especially if we're not going to make a free-flowing turn lane like we used to have, which is nice there. So I guess I'm just sort of flagging that. It's not funded or anything. It's not really planned to happen. It just happens to be added to our plan now.
Right, it's in the 2055 MTP. I'd have to go back and look at the decade, but I think it's in the first 2 decades of the 2055 MTP, which falls in the horizon of our plan through 2045. It's not funded through the STIP, but it's in the financially constrained MTP, which it depends on what your definition of funded is. I guess it's funded because it's in the financially constrained plan, but it's not funded to actually be delivered in the statewide transportation improvement program
Okay.
or in our plan.
We need to coordinate with Cary and make sure it's all happening. Otherwise, it's not going to happen anyway.
Right.
Okay. So that wouldn't be a high priority for me going down the road. For Morrisville Carpenter Road, the side paths, wish we could have looked ahead and when we actually did that road to just make them side paths. I'm not sure if we're going to be digging up sidewalks just to add another 5 feet. But that's totally up to us whether or not we want to fund that, right?
So that's, I mean, that to do any type of wholesale project there to add side paths would certainly be a decision of town council. The other way this works is developers come in, and if there's a certain threshold that they cross that triggers the need to comply with all the requirements, then they would need to put in the side path or pay PIL, but we lean more toward you need to work toward getting the building the cross section along the frontage of your property as much as possible. So it certainly won't happen quickly unless there's a wholesale project that's approved and money set aside to do that. I will say when we originally came to you in April, the reason we have bike lanes is because we know it's going to take so long to get or cobble together enough money to get side paths along both sides of Morrisville Carpenter Road. And if there's ever a decision to provide some type of bicycle facility there, it's much easier to implement bike lanes in the short term than it is to deliver, and separated bikeway facilities are much more, given the nature of everything's built out there, the right-of-way constraints and all that, that's a much more long-term project. So the idea was, well, you can get bike lanes faster than you can get a separated side path, so let's have bike lanes on the facility. But we took those out because the idea was, well, if you're gonna have a side path on one side, then why not have it on the other? And part of the thinking too before was, well, the Hatcher Creek Greenway is it's paralleling it pretty close. So there's an alternative route as well if somebody really needs to get off the roadway facility. So there's been a debate on both sides of it, and kind of where we're at now, of course, is recommending the side paths on both sides, but totally see the idea of kind of the rationale behind bike lanes rather than having side paths on both sides.
But non-separated bike lanes at 35 miles per hour are problematic, I think, is what my big concern would be on that one. So I guess I'm just a little bit like, do we have to take it away? Do we lose anything by taking it off?
By losing bike?
Yeah, just making the bike lanes go away, or can we leave them and the side paths and just give us future flexibility, or we could just add them in later if we wanted anyway?
Yeah, you can. If the only thing to keep in mind is with the development community, and that this is tied to our Unified Development Ordinance. If the bike lanes aren't there and something is being redeveloped or developed, they're not required to put bike lanes in, but they would be required to put in the side path. But I don't think that there's anything that's preventing us from going in, if we have room and if it's feasible, from putting bike lanes in as a kind of more wholesale project for the facility, as long as we have room, if it's not in the CTP. If we want that as kind of like an interim solution for providing bikeway facilities until this long-term solution of having the separated bikeway can come to fruition.
Because we don't have room on that roadway to do bollards or something like they do in some parts of Cary. So it's kind of separated, but still on the road. It's just not enough width.
There's really not much. Okay. I mean, it's a variable width right of way along the corridor. I mean, there's some parts of it where you're getting down to like 85, 90 feet, which, that's a 4-lane divided facility, and 80 feet is not a lot of room to work with.
Okay.
So.
Appreciate that. And I think the thing that we're all hoping for is NC 54 between Perimeter Park to Rise Drive. But that's not funded and not really anywhere. That's the big chunk of NC 54 and more. Will that ever be redone, the NC 54 and more, because it's so dated now?
I don't know, but we've got to figure something out for that, because that segment, so I got the spot scores back for that, and it did not score well. And the reason it did not score well is because the cost assumption for the project is so high. It's $143 million, and that's partially because the grade separation on the other side of, on the Aviation Parkway side is so expensive. It's because that would come with a grade separation. What I'm wondering is if we can split that project into 2 projects that would be submitted to SPOT, have the widening project independent of the grade separation, and then, of course, they would each have to be scored differently and basically have the same merits. You're dividing the cost, so the cost, you're actually kind of gaming the system to make the cost benefit score go up a little bit because you're dividing the cost, and they would pretty much get the same inputs. So that's what I have in mind.
You talked about grade separation in aviation. This council is not supportive of that.
So it's at NC 54. So we could talk about that, but that NCDOT that's the other thing. I don't know if NCDOT is willing to do much there without that.
So I guess those are conversations that we should try to initiate then or something, because we can get the cost down. I mean, we'd love to widen that road.
Yeah, I mean, what I want is let's widen the road without the grade separation. Let's have that as a separate project. But I don't know if that's the rub. That's the rub there. Now, we have had conversations with Campo within the past, well, it's probably been about 5 months, 4 or 5 months, from what they shared with us about a design for a grade separation there is different than what town council has seen before, and it's pushing it farther east, the grade separation farther east, more and focusing it more on the Aviation Parkway side than the MCR side. So that's and then whatever design went into that and however that's to be costed out is what went into the cost assumption for the SPOT 8.0 project.
Okay. I think Director Spiegel wants to say a little something.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to provide a little bit more information on that one, because I think the first time Brett came and told me that we were looking at a grade separation at that intersection, I went, oh no, council doesn't want that. There's history there. But in conversations, learned that approach and design has changed substantially. So I think historically there was some discussion with the town council about doing a grade separation where Morrisville Carpenter Road would be crossing over NC 54. And I think a lot of the concern there was kind of the ramps that would come back to Town Hall Drive and impact on character and some other things. This is NC 54 going over MCR Aviation. So the grade separation would happen in the other direction. And that started to be evaluated partly due to the past concern that was raised by this council or, past councils, as well as an effort to reduce some of the cost. So there's going to be more to come on that we could share with you, but we're not talking about Morrisville Carpenter Road going over NC 54. We're talking about NC 54 going over Morrisville Carpenter.
That's interesting.
Does that make
But
sense?
what about the railroad? I mean, that's the crossing that matters.
Yeah.
So how would the railroad isn't going over Morrisville Carpenter, right?
No, it would be just the road going up over. Maybe I'm doing a bad job explaining it.
There's no way they're not going to touch the railroad there to go over to grade separate that.
Right, so
There's absolutely no.
I'd need a lot more explanation about why that would make sense then.
We could talk more about that later.
Okay, very helpful, and I love the Planning and Zoning Board's idea of getting some quick wins. We have some intersection improvements for Morrisville Parkway and other things like a free-flowing right lane onto Aviation, things that would be really low, but would be nice to get done to show our residents that we're actually moving forward. Keeping in mind that Aviation is going to be widened, and that's going to be a really big deal, and that'll help us, just like Morrisville Carpenter did. But it's hard to keep on telling residents that something's coming through no fault of our own. It keeps on getting delayed. So good presentation. Keep up the good work, and I'm hoping that we'll actually execute a whole bunch of this sometime soon, ideally. I would like to recognize Councilmember Caramella, followed by Councilmember Patel.
Good stuff. I was using Claude and ChatGPT as we were talking. For me, is more about visually seeing 2019 CTP and 2026, what has been done, what has not been done, and where do we stand. I would have expected a slide like that, to really give a snapshot from where we started, and where we are and where we're going, because I'm just, thanks to the AI, like I'm saying, like almost, it says 60% of all the funding is DOT, and like 42 is 100% DOT, and the rest all is 21% is 12% is combination, and 40% is town. And all the town-led projects are in the low priority. Davis Drive widening, 2019 was a priority. It's #1 priority here, but still not done. 54 widening, not done. Mackerman Parkway widening, not done. Morrisville Parkway access management, it's not done. Evans Road widening, not done. Aviation Morrisville, we just talked about it, not done. 54 and Northwest Cary Parkway, not done. And Airport Boulevard at 54 grade separation, not done. So what I'm trying to see when I do a complete analysis, we do all these stuff is good, but when the major funder is NCDOT, and we're thankful because they gave us a Macroman corridor, they gave us Morrisville Carpenter, and and also the traffic management system that we have put on Town Hall. But it's hard to take all the feedback from the people, which was taken in 2019 and back in 2026, and transportation is the #1 issue then and now, and the same projects. And I'll be very honest, everyone on the dais who goes for door knocking, these are the questions that are getting asked time and again, and projects get delayed over and over again. What is the use of the CDP? I would start with that, when we have no control of anything. I mean, 2019 was excellent because we added a lot of corridors, we added a lot of Northwest thing. It's basically, we are building on top of it. 2019 was really, really a good one. But I look at the snapshots of between then and now, there could be 100 reasons, but people don't care. The taxes are still getting taken. Expectations are there. But that is, what is the outcome of all this is my question.
So I guess the best way to put it at a very high level is if we don't plan for this, somebody else is going to do it for us. If we don't lay out what we want and why we want it, as I mentioned, the why, the what, then somebody else will determine that for us, is probably the biggest thing. And so another thing to keep in mind is this is used in conjunction with our Unified Development Ordinance. When a developer comes in and they are developing a property, whatever the cross-section is along the frontage or frontages they have of roadways that are abutting the property, they need to improve the property to that cross-section, right? So the development community, and we have had many cases throughout the town where developers have built the roads and widened roads, or had they paid in lieu of improvements for us to make improvements that we want to make. So that's one of the big things too. If we don't have a plan, again, somebody else is going to make that decision for us. We need to be able to give NCDOT, and we need to be able to give Campo, this is our plan. We went through our own process. This is what we want or what we don't want.
100% I agree, because ODC Drive is one of that particular thing. We had it in the CTP in 2019, and the developer is building it. I understand that part from having a plan and forcing the developers to do it, but we have seen many a times it's all orphan, sidewalks, like the road sections and all those things, but we are not able to move the needle on the other side, and that pretty much frustrates a lot of the people who drive day in, day out. And so I get that part, but my main concern is we prep everything, we do everything, and we do a snapshot in 2019, 2026. It's not a whole lot from an optics point of view, but the real roads, yes, Morrisville Carpenter is there, and it talks about the airport project, like the interchange and aviation and 40 and airport and 40, that whole corridor was part of the Morrisville funding and all those things. Those things are done, but in our town, it's becoming harder. I don't know if all towns are like that, but when our roads are all DOT controlled, we are becoming a pretty much a choke point, I would say. A choke point to West Cary, choke point from people coming from Apex into RTP, a choke point from people going to the airport. It's from the inner side, and the reason I bring this up is, why do people not see that as a bigger picture on the DOT side? It's, there's no point in making us a choke point, release it and get projects done so that it helps them, because people look at, okay, how far is the distance? Is it easy commute for jobs? Morrisville is thriving with all kinds of, biopharma, and you name it, all coming in. But one of the things as an employer I look at is, if I have to hire, how far is this guy? Can he come on time? And all kinds of things factor in, and that is a big factor, is the transportation for us. So I may be speaking as on the soap, but I honestly feel excellent work on mentioning what is needed, but the productivity of getting it done, I don't know, you're doing a fabulous job. I hope you can use your contacts to push the projects further. And I saw one slide, I don't know if it was right or wrong, it talked about Davis to Lewis Stephen. I think that widening is already done. What was that reason? Is it a typo there somewhere?
On the slides,
Yeah.
the bus lanes, yeah, okay. So all that is proposed on Davis Drive is bus lanes.
Okay, the bus lanes, okay. Not like, it was, from my point of view, is it 4-lane? That's all I care about, because, okay, got it.
Yeah, we try to make sure that we made that very clear, because when you just say widening, you assume you're adding just regular vehicular travel lanes, and going from 4 lanes to 6 lanes on Davis seems, that's a big deal, right? So really it would just be the addition of bike lanes, bus lanes.
And the intersection improvements of Church Street, Jeremiah, are we talking about the circular, is it, what do you call that?
Roundabout?
What? Traffic circle. Yeah, traffic circle. Is that what the original plan was when we were talking about that?
So the intersection study in 2021 that followed up from the 2019 CTP recommended a traffic circle or roundabout at that location.
So are we still sticking with that, or are we changing that?
The CTP doesn't do anything to say this is what the solution is. It just says, there's a problem with this intersection, we need to make improvements. And then that's addressed through further study, because it's impossible to really understand what improvements you should make unless you really dig into it, which goes beyond the scope of the CTP.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
And Councilmember Garamella was wondering about who's going to be doing the work and doing the improvements. We have the town engineer here, but we're not going to bring him to the mic because we don't have the resources to actually do that at this time.
I have one last question, sorry. Yeah. Where are we, I saw a slide talking about the train station. Is it still in the plans, or where are we with it? We're factoring it as we have a stop, correct?
The train station is in the plans. A transit multimodal transfer facility / train station is in the plan.
Okay.
Councilmember Patel, please.
So thank you, Brad and Christina, for your hard work on this update, and also the outreach effort for the residents. Also, although I was kind of disappointed with 45 responses. You had mentioned about traffic count collection being significant and expensive. What is involved in it?
You go ahead.
So to get intersection level traffic counts, there are a set of specialized vendors in the state who will actually go out and they'll hang cameras at the intersection, and those cameras will record. Standard is 13 hours. And each intersection that they count, depending on how complicated or complex that intersection is and how granular you want that data, whether you just want turning movements of cars, whether you want pedestrians, if you want them to call out special freight vehicles, usually range from $800 to $1,200 an intersection. Because then they have to take down those cameras and post-process it to actually produce all of the turning movements and put them into the time buckets that you're probably more used to seeing of like, this is how many people go through this intersection between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. during the morning rush hour. So they are a very expensive tool, which is why at this level, we'd probably triple our CTP budget if we had to get counts at every intersection in town.
Okay. I thought it was just a matter of putting camera and in today's age of AI, you could probably run it past and have it counted. But anyways, another question I had was, and many of the council members may be aware of it, but can you elaborate on the rationale for removing the NC 885 connection recommendation and what impacts that may have on future network?
I'm sorry, can you read the rationale for what? Sorry?
The 885 connection.
From the planning and zoning board perspective, or so we got feedback from planning and zoning. So let me just back up. Let's go back to that project. So this is the best map on the screen to show what we've done. When we came here in April and we talked about the tollway extension, which is in the last decade of the 2055 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, 2045 to 2055, and we presented an option where you would have the Town Hall Drive extension still going up to Providence Place, and you would still have the tollway extension, and there was a connection between the two that we added. And the feedback that we got from town council was pretty much, yeah, no, let's not do that. Because there has in the past been concern about tollway traffic using that tollway extension facility funneling down Town Hall Drive, which is a facility that is not really meant to carry a huge amount of cars. It's not an arterial, it's really more of a neighborhood serving collector type of street. It's designed that way. So that was the concern. What we've come back with is, okay, well, right now, based on the most recently adopted Metropolitan Transportation Plan, the 2055 plan, that's in the last decade. Our horizon for this CTP is through 2045. What I heard from the council and many others is we still want good connectivity there, just not connected to the controlled access environment of NC 885. So what you see on the map is still the Town Hall Drive extension up to Providence Place, but you see a street that connects Providence Place to Davis Drive at Little Drive. What we're doing here is we're saying this is what we would want for the town of Morrisville for its own benefit, connectivity, the benefit of connectivity, facilitating trips between those north side neighborhoods and future Morrisville High School, and other destinations that people might want to get to. It might also take some stress off of Church Street and other facilities. And let's just move forward with this being what the town wants. And if the tollway extension decides to come, if they decide for it to come along and actually be built, we would want it not to have any connectivity with that tollway extension. There would be no connection there. We would probably suggest that tollway extension remain controlled access all the way to Davis Drive and Little Drive.
Okay, understood that, thank you. And then have two more questions. The presentation notes potential right-of-way impacts. Do you have any details on what those impacts may look like for adjacent property owners?
In terms of the amount of feet that we're talking about, I don't have those specifics. It's variable. I mean, it depends. Almost every roadway in Morrisville, not every roadway, but most of them that we're talking about here, there's variable width depending on where you're at. And so the right-of-way impact changes depending on what parcel you're dealing with. Now, ranges can be developed. That would be quite an exercise to sit down and do. But I mean, I can give estimates generally, depending on what we're talking about. That Evans Road impact is probably like in the 10 to 15 foot range. Everett Fields, you're probably talking about 5 to 8 feet, something like that. And that generally, when we talk about cross sections and we talk about property impacts, we cut what we're talking about in half because it's shared. The amount of width that's needed to make something happen is shared from the property owner on this side and the property owner on this side, on the other side. So, I will say none of these are huge impacts. We do, just for perspective, we do have situations in town, particularly along NC 54, where it abuts the North Carolina Railroad, where because nothing can be dedicated on the west side, right? Because there's nothing to dedicate on the west side, it's the railroad. Everything has to be dedicated on the east side. We have some cases where property developers would be responsible for dedicating 30, 40 feet. So that's probably the extreme bookend.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
While we're waiting to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak on the subject, I'd like just to share something. At a recent Campo meeting, there was someone from Johnson County who's bemoaning how they just have one main street that they need to have done. It's a 2-lane road, goes through the middle of town, very crowded, and they've been asking for decades. But they don't score well enough, and it's just not working for them. And we got McCrimmon Extension, we got Morrisville Carpenter, so we were actually done really well within the region, but it still feels like we want so much more. And I think once we had the Secretary of DOT come to town, he said, every town in North Carolina has the most important roadway project in the whole state. It's theirs. So you just sort of have to keep that in mind that your staff has done really well, Campo has done really well, but we still feel the pain, and our residents really want us to try to address it as well as we can. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Kessler, please.
So thank you both very much for the presentation. According to my estimate, you've been standing there for an hour and 21 minutes. So hopefully we'll wrap this up quick for you, because I don't know if I could stand that long. And I'll be really quick because most of the topics have already come up. But this center turn lane conversation, I agree. I have always hated the center turn lane. I think it is incredibly dangerous, and I think you even alluded to that in your presentation, that we're getting away from that. But and maybe I misunderstood. On slide 26, are we including a center turn lane on Church Street?
Yes, it's still there, except for not south of Carolina Street.
And I think to offer a clarification, the research shows that the center turn lane is really dangerous on a 5-lane facility when you've got 2 lanes in each opposing direction. When you're talking about a smaller, more residential serving road like Church Street, where you would just have 1 lane in either direction on either side of it, it actually does help increase the safety of those corridors, because you don't have folks stopping to try to turn into their driveways and getting rear-ended. So it is, seems counterintuitive, but on the 5-lane bad, 3-lane good.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And you're right. 5-lane is bad. I definitely agree with that. Okay, so thank you for that. I want to emphasize also the Planning and Zoning Board and their comments about quick wins and intersection improvements. 100% agree, especially the intersection improvements. We've talked about that over the years, and to really help improve congestion, sometimes it's so simple, and I know simple is relative, but those simple intersection improvements that can really give us a great bang for our buck. I like this discussion about protecting the bike lane or having a side path. I'm also concerned about how we're going to do that. We talked about that, how we're going to get that additional right-of-way for a side path in some cases. But I also understand, and you talked about this, Brett, some of our greenways run parallel to many of our roads. So if we can keep that in mind as we're talking about greenways as a really safe alternative, you know, and we talked about the Crabtree Creek Greenway, there was the Indian Creek Greenway, now we have Sawmill Creek Greenway coming on. So if we can keep that conversation and keep those successes moving forward, I think that would be fabulous for bike safety. And then I too want more information about the NC 54 flyover. This is the first time hearing about that. So this is not to grade separate for the railroad, but this is more, I guess what I'm hearing, this is more a grade separation of 54 or a flyover on 54 to keep traffic moving. Is that the goal then? More than impact with the railroad, like we're used to talking about when we talk about flyovers?
Yes, yeah. The grade separation would be for the roadway, but my understanding is it would also involve the railroad.
Okay.
I don't know that DOT is going to, so DOT is extremely bullish. If you look at their statewide mobility projects, the projects that score the highest and that they put a lot of money on grade separation projects with the railroad. Extremely, extremely bullish on that. I don't know of any instance where they've touched something like that without trying to also grade separate the railroad from the roadway.
Okay, we need to have a help. You know, we didn't talk about that anymore tonight, but I think probably I'm not alone. I think we probably all want to have a whole lot more information about what that entails and what that looks like.
And I haven't, the design has been explained to us. We haven't seen it. And because whenever a project is put into spot for scoring, they have to assume some type of a design to give it a cost, because that's one of the inputs to the criteria that they use. But, so I haven't seen that, it's just been kind of explained. But yes.
So let me, now I just thought of something else while we're talking about this. You said they're very bullish on these flyovers when they, when it's flying over the railroad. So the impact, you know, getting away from that road and rail impact. What about Airport Boulevard and that flyover? Where does that fit in this whole discussion? And has there been discussion about that?
So, I mean, it's in our plan. It's a recommendation in the plan, but that's not been part of that discussion. That project is in it previously wasn't in the 2050 MTP. It was in what they call the CTP portion, which is the unfunded outside the fiscal constraint part of the plan. We actually, now that project is in the 2055 MTP, but it's in the last decade. Mm-hmm. And so projects in the last decade are not submitted for spot scoring because they're not ready yet, you know, according to the plan, right? The part of the idea is you have projects in the first decade, the next decade, and then the next decade. And you really want to focus on, because the plan and all the modeling that's done tells you that those projects in the first decade need to be done now. They need to be done in the next decade. So that's where you focus on funding. So Campo does not submit projects in the last 2 decades to spot. That doesn't mean DOT won't do that. Right. Division 5, because they get project slots that they get to submit as well, but Campo won't.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Kessling, please.
Thank you, Brett. I always appreciate when you're giving a presentation on transportation. I don't know which slide it is, but I'm curious about the G21 Greenway. I know I had asked a question on how that could be realigned. Is there an update on that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. So not with the Greenway itself, but with the connectivity. I'm going to go back to try to go back to the right map. With this, the roadway cross section, what you won't see in our roadway cross sections yet is the cross section assigned to this connection from Providence Place over to Little Drive at Davis Drive. This would have a side path on it, if not a side path on both sides. And I think we did give it a cross section with at least, it's just not showing up on the maps. So there would be a direct connection with a side path from Providence Place over to Davis Drive or Little Drive. So there's that, and then the Greenway here would go the other way, would crisscross that. And this is from RTP's plan, the G21. So I hope that addresses what the concern was and what you might be getting at.
Yeah, what I'm looking at on it is that even with the crisscrossing, I guess if you were to overlay both of them, I feel like it might be a little bit funky. I don't know if there's any opportunities to, if this is the roadway layout that is desired, how would the Greenway layout have to change? And ideally, I would prefer the Greenway layout to be the priority there, with the roadway adapting to that, prioritizing bikeability, pedestrian transportation over vehicle transportation.
Yeah, we can take a closer look at that. One of the things that hasn't happened yet, that's happening this month, actually tomorrow, is our stakeholder interview with Research Triangle Foundation to talk about all of this and how we can get this in a way that makes sense, that provides benefits to the town, that also Fujifilm owns a lot of that property. Is it something that we need to work with Fujifilm on their campus planning to be able to implement that sort of thing? So yeah, we can take that, like how is the Greenway in your plan going to be able to interact with this in terms of providing bicycle and pedestrian separated connectivity from our neighborhoods, but also we need to provide it to Church Street Park, right? So.
Right. And I had asked about how a child might be able to travel safely and independently through the town. And I think this is just, there's nothing there right now. There's no development in this area. So I think it's a prime opportunity to really, certainly with that area in particular, with the high school that we have there, and with connecting really two disconnected sides of town, I would say, from pedestrian and biking facilities. I think there's a really good opportunity to, really make it as safe as possible, and as accessible as possible, even to, children even. So I'd love to see more on that. And with the stakeholder interviews, I was wondering if we could be provided with a brief of those interviews ahead of whenever our next update is going to be. I don't know when our next update is going to be, but it would be nice to have, to know a little bit more about what those stakeholders are saying and what we're saying, if that would be possible.
Yeah, that's a meeting summary of sorts with, yeah.
And then related to that, I'm curious what the marginal weight of an additional survey response is. So we got 45. and that factored into the prioritization percentages that we had, right? What would a 46th person do? And what I'm getting at with this is, you know, how many people does it take to really put the community's priorities ahead of maybe NCDOT's priorities? You know, if the entire town said that we wanted a certain thing to happen, would NCDOT automatically outweigh that just because they're a state level entity?
I think if we were to go that direction, I think what we would want to advise you guys to do is to consider two separate prioritization processes, because at the end of the day, DOT's prioritization is legislatively mandated via 2013 state law. So despite maybe wanting to move the needle with what the community says, unless you've got a really strong lobbyist able to change state law for those DOT roads, that process is what that process is, and it would do you guys a disservice to not know how your projects would score best in that legislatively mandated process. So I think if you guys did eventually want to consider something like that, it would be beneficial to pull apart the state and the town controlled facilities separately and have two different programs to score those, because at the end of the day, DOT listens to folks, but that is a legislatively mandated state law for how those projects get scored, and you guys don't have control over those facilities, so it would not do you any benefit to try to change the outcomes of the prioritization in a way that wouldn't do well in that process.
So what I'm hearing is that even if the entire community, all roughly 34,000 of us, said that we wanted a specific project, NCDOT could, you know, by state law, let's say it's a transit bike pedestrian project, because I know that those aren't prioritized. You know, we want that project, and just NCDOT can come in and say, no, it's not a priority.
I would strongly encourage, if you want to read the 2013 Strategic Transportation and Investments Law, it spells out exactly what criteria is considered, who's on the working group that considers those. It is a quantitative process. It's very little public feedback goes into those loops. And I think the other big part of that is they dictate at that statewide law level how much of the state's resources can be spent on different types of projects. So there's actually a provision in that law that precludes DOT from spending state dollars on independent bicycle and pedestrian projects.
Yeah, I'm aware of that provision.
Yeah.
If there is ever and this is perhaps directed to our senior leadership team, if there's ever conversations about that law changing, I think it would be prudent for us to be aware of it, especially if there's, such as with the issues that have been happening with, there's projects on 2019 and there's still priorities on 2026. You know, knowing how a particular law might affect the prioritization and some of the issues with that, I feel would be rather beneficial. I also we funded the Master Sustainability Plan update. I'm excited about that, and I've been reviewing the current Master Sustainability Update, and that identifies the Comprehensive Transportation Plan as a key supporting document for one of its goals, which is reduce gasoline consumption by 20% by 2026. And it seems that from the plan and a lot of the priorities that the community has talked about, and what we have talked about here on the dais, directly addresses a lot of those things with reducing the vehicle miles traveled. But of course, we have NCDOT to wrestle with, I suppose. Would it be possible to add language about how independent multi-use paths, closing sidewalk gaps, implementing safe routes to schools are critical sustainability actions that would allow residents to travel safely without a car? That would also mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicles?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. One of the things to keep in mind with all of that, and you had brought up the vehicle miles traveled and reduction on that. We can do as much as we can to facilitate travel that would reduce that or help with that. But keep in mind, Morrisville is not a closed system. In fact, a good chunk, if not most of the traffic in Morrisville is not coming from an origin in Morrisville or a destination, going to a destination in Morrisville. So it's really hard for us with our own plan to do anything without, to do anything with that other than the trips that people take within the town, right? So yes, I do think it would contribute to that, but it's really, really hard for us to measure it quantitatively when we know we're not a closed system.
I think if I could add one thing to that, I think the other thing that this plan can set the stage for, and this addresses your current comment as well as the conversation about the American League of Bicycle-Friendly Communities, is this plan through the implementation can make programmatic recommendations, but at the end of the day, it would be up to this council to take action to fund those programs. So we can be the lip service that says the town should put together a Safe Routes to School program or a bicycle-friendly community program, but then at the end of the day, you all would be the ones who would have to figure out a way to financially fund and resource those types of things to implement them from the CTP's recommendations.
Yeah, I'd like to see programmatic recommendations because it can be hard to review these documents and know, all right, what exactly should we be doing, especially with things like that. So knowing, these are some good priorities. I think the affordable housing plan from 2019, it has, here's some recommendations, and from that, we have adopted policies. So I think that would be very beneficial if we had, I don't know if the 2019 had language like that, but certainly if the 2026 has language, that would be very, very beneficial. So with our conversation about transportation, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about land use as well, right? The two are inextricably linked. And I'm wondering what it would take to combine the land use plan with the comprehensive transportation plan. And the main issue there is that, land use plan tells us that we're building a destination a mile away. There's a destination, it's a simple setup, destination a mile away, a generation point, a mile down the road. And we have a 2-lane road connecting the two. And maybe there's sidewalks, but the intensity of those areas increases such that now we've got a traffic congestion problem. And now the conversation, it revolves around widening the roads. But that fundamentally is not perhaps the best solution for reducing the traffic congestion as well as reducing vehicle miles traveled. And it would be if, the land use is adjusted such that those points, a generation and a destination are more proximally located, I guess, more connected to each other such that, it might be more advantageous to walk or bike as opposed to get in a car, just because it would be more convenient. So I'm kind of getting back to the question, the land use plan and the comprehensive transportation plan, I know that they probably talk to each other a little bit, and conversations like that happen a lot, but I do feel that maybe siloing the two plans might generate what I don't think any of us want, which is more traffic congestion.
I mean, that's something that we can discuss internally within the planning department. There are municipalities that do include their comprehensive transportation plan in their overall comprehensive plan, what they call their comprehensive plan for their.
Before we go too far down this road, I feel like this is a way larger conversation that maybe is best put off for another time, if that's okay.
I'd like to hear what.
Can I recognize the town manager, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would respectfully agree for tonight. I think tonight is about update on what's happening with the comprehensive transportation plan update. Any discussion about trying to combine plans would be well outside of this, and quite honestly, probably needed to happen before this process began. I think it could be a conversation for a future discussion. It would be a good work session or maybe even a retreat discussion, something of that level. But I think it's well outside of the scope of tonight. In any interest of time, we still have a heavy agenda.
I'd love to see it included as a programmatic recommendation, at the very least. And then if we could be provided with the observed traffic volumes, I believe in the slides, we received that in January. If we could just be provided with that again, I'd like to see the comparison between 2019 and 2026.
Okay, sounds good.
My
Thank
question
you.
there.
Just to piggyback, I'd love to see some narrative about VMT, and that may be one of the goals of mine, maybe not of the whole council, trying to reduce that as much as possible. So any decisions that we make, and when we go over the land use plan, I think we'll pay a lot more attention to how all these interact, which I think is important. If we could go back to slide 26 real quick. I really like, and I'm coming around to really liking the T. The green T is what I'm thinking about, connecting Providence to Little. Seeing that's not even in our jurisdiction, how much influence can we actually have in that space, and what can we do to try to encourage that to happen? Because when the high school happens, I think that would be really nice to have in place. So if you could put together some kind of game plan about how we could approach that strategically and try to make something in that space happen, I think that would be a win-win for all involved. Does anyone else have anything else? Okay, thank you very much. As was noted by Councilmember Johnson, you've been up there longer than expected, but it's been a really good conversation. I hope that you've gotten what you need to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the great feedback.
Okay, excellent. Thank you both very much. We have one quick item and then council comments, or we can take a break now. What's the will of the council? Break now or just go through a little bit further?
Right now.
Let's take a 15-minute break right now. Please reconvene at 8:23. We're right at 15 minutes. Thank you.
I wouldn't be able to pay council comments.
We're now back from break. We're at action items, item 12. We have one action item this evening. We now invite Kimberly Kowanek, Deputy Town Clerk, to the podium, and she's already there, so the floor is yours.
Good evening. We are going to go over our current Summer Spring Advisory Committee appointment and recruitment. So for the interest of the public that is watching, we have 5 advisory committees. We are currently in the spring and summer recruitment process. Typically, recruitment is done twice a year in the spring and summer, fall and winter. Outside of that, a special recruitment window wouldn't be triggered unless there's 2 vacancies within 1 board. And those are our current dates for spring and summer. Our council ballots were completed electronically. To appoint an applicant, you have to have a majority vote, which is 4 votes. After that, the official appointment is completed by resolution. Due to the majority vote being 4 votes, our current ballots, we have 3 seats that are unfilled due to not having that majority vote. 2 are on the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Advisory Committee, and 1 is on the Planning and Zoning Board Committee. We are going to be sending out a new ballot within the week, and those appointments will occur on the July 28th council agenda. There's a couple of things that we want you to take into consideration, though, that occurred since we sent out those ballots. Since you voted, there's been 2 additional vacancies that have occurred. 1 on the PZB committee and 1 on the MEST, that's the Environmental Stormwater Committee. And vacancies normally occur either when somebody moves because they change jurisdiction, or if they have been dismissed from a board because of non-attendance. Since you voted, we have also received an additional application. However, since Friday, we've received 2 more applications. So currently, we have 2 PSAC, or Public Safety Advisory Committee applications that you have not seen, and 1 Planning and Zoning Board application that you have not seen. You may choose tonight, and we'll kind of go over what your options are to fill the vacancies those vacancies as part of your new ballot. So your options tonight are going to be, would you prefer to just complete the revote? And that will be for those 3 positions, 2 on the Parks and Rec and 1 on the PZB that did not receive the majority vote. You have a second option where you can consider those that need the revote that did not reach majority, plus the Planning and Zoning Board vacancy that has occurred. And we choose the Planning and Zoning Board because that is a quasi-judicial board, and that is required from legislature due to the process of that board. Or your third option would be that you can consider all the additional vacancies and applications that have occurred. I guess now I'm going to open it up to Town Council if there's any questions, comments, recommendations.
Okay, we can just weigh in on our thoughts. We'll take them in order that I saw them, which was Councilmember Scarlett-Johnson, Councilmember Johnson, and Mayor Chairman Rafati.
Thank you, Kimberly. This process has always been complicated. And it's nice to know that we have 2 regular appointment cycles, although it seems like we have more every year because of vacancies and so forth. And because of our attendance policy, sometimes that becomes an issue. So just to be clear, I have a couple clarifying questions before I weigh in. First of all, if there is a single vacancy on a committee and it is a regular spring, summer, or fall, winter cycle, you are going to bring that single vacancy to our ballot, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And we did have some of those that were included in this one. It's just if they open after the window is when it would be an additional one.
Okay. Second question is, how are we notifying our current committee members of their term and about refreshing their application? Because I don't think that the application expiration is an automatic reminder to the, the applicants or the committee members. And for the cycle, I know we had a planning and zoning board chair, if you will, that did not have his application refreshed until like the day before the thing closed, because there was a miscommunication about when his term expired and when, he would need to reapply, kind of thing. So could you clarify a little bit about how an applicant becomes active and remains active and is notified of that status?
Yeah, so about at least 60 days prior to their expiration of term is when we go and we have a list that's on that advisory committee monthly report that I will be sharing with you every fourth Tuesday of the month. That will be new email that comes forth. But I review that, I update the absences twice monthly. And then at least 60 days prior to the term expiration, I email all staff liaisons. And that staff liaison will then notify those members that term's expiring via email. Hey, your term's expiring on this date. You can, please be sure if you want to reapply, you can reapply. Then at the meetings, because I've been to a couple of the meetings and they're on the agenda, they actually go over if it's, say, the month prior. Not every committee meets every month. So it's normally at the meeting that is most closest to that recruitment date. They will then say in the meeting, hey, your term is expiring on this date. And then they kind of do a roll call of everybody's term that is expiring. Now, in terms of the applications, we used to use the Granicus system to keep applications. However, we felt that it was very confusing to have a bunch of different programs for people to use. So what we've transferred to this time is a Microsoft Forms, and it is linked directly to the website, so they do not have to enter a different program. They go to the website, they click on the link, and it pulls up the application. And then we keep all those applications ourselves. Technically, we keep the application for 1 year after their appointment ends, and then if they are appointed to a seat. If they are not appointed to a seat and it's just a regular application, we keep those for 1 year after the date of the application. And what I did this past time is that I reached out to everybody that wasn't appointed, but their application was still within that year. And I said, hey, you applied November of last year for this board. Would you still like to use your current application? And then almost everybody, I would say 9 out of 10 people, replied back and said, yes, I want to use that application. And then they are allowed to use that same application. Everybody this time did. If they wanted to complete a new one, they can, but they do not have to.
So I think there's something missing in this process, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I think we need to think about the user experience a little bit more and be clear to both the current sitting members and not. Knowing that your term is expiring is good, and I think we're doing an okay job at that. The PZB board meeting was canceled prior to this open kind of application, so there was a gap in communication. But it's the application itself and whether it expires or not that I think is where there is confusion on the part of the public. And also, they're not able to check themselves. If they applied in September and there's one enrollment period for spring, summer, they don't know if they're still active or not in the system. So now I'll give you my response to your query. I think we need as many active individuals on our committees as possible. And so I would like to see that the ballot be provided with not only the revotes, but also the additional vacancies. And I'm even wanting to include the most recent applications to the individuals that submitted recently because of some of the confusion of the process. And we'll be able to appoint 2 people on PZB, which we really, that is a critical committee, and then get more individuals engaged on the other committees that just came up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
So, thank you, Kimberly, for all the options to kind of discuss tonight. I'm a little confused though about what we're doing here tonight. And I will tell you, and this might be my fault, the resolution that we have in front of us, the date on the bottom says the 23rd of July. So I thought we were not voting on this until July, but now it has occurred to me, our meeting in July is July 28th. So this really is June 23rd. We're supposed to be voting on this resolution tonight?
Yes, so I apologize. There must be a error on the resolution. So what we had planned tonight would be to complete the resolution for the votes that have received the majority, the ballots that have received majority. And then the consideration would be for an additional revote. What would you like to choose? Would you choose just the revote, just a revote plus PZB, or all applicants and applications?
So I would like to, and then we're going to have 7 different opinions. So my preference would be to finish what we started here. And so my preference would be to, tonight then, if we're going to be voting on this resolution, is to reballot the 1 seat on planning and zoning and the 2 for Parks and Rec, and then complete this process that we have in front of us. Because we were transparent to the public with a deadline and action, and so I would like to stay true to that and be done with this process tonight. And then what we do after this, we can have a discussion about, and I'll weigh in, but I don't want to start saying, oh yeah, let's add additional applications. We had a deadline, people stuck to it, and I think we need to be fair to those that followed the process that we described. So I'd like to complete this process.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Protem Rabani, please.
I agree with Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. We need, you're not talking about doing either one of these ballots tonight, right? You're going to provide us with new ballots, and we'll vote on the revote, and then whatever the consensus is on the additional vacancies, right?
The clerk's office would recommend not voting tonight only because it would take additional time. We would need to vote, then we would need to break, tally the votes, come back, re-present to you,
Yeah,
and
I don't
then
want to
complete a
ballot
new
tonight.
resolution.
That's fine. I don't want to ballot tonight anyway. But I would be in favor, since we do need a revote, I don't see any reason not to include the additional vacancies. I do agree with Councilmember Johnson about people that got their application in on time, followed the rules. If there really was a miscommunication with one person, I don't see any harm in adding that person. But if there are additionals that missed the deadline, then they missed it.
Thank you.
I guess I'd weigh in that I'm happy to vote on the resolution as presented, and then just send us everything of the people who got their things on time. We could revote that. The rest of the people can wait until the next full ballot cycle unless there's 2 needed, would be my preference.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like, now I see that. Councilmember Kessling, please.
The question that I have is, do we have regular reminders during the advisory committee meetings that, hey, these members, your term is expiring. If you'd like to stay on the committee, please be sure to reapply?
Not throughout the entire two-year appointment. It would be towards the end of the appointment. Like I said, at least 60 days, and I believe it's again at 30 days. But other than those two, that would be anything additional, possibly the staff liaison might provide to those to those committee members.
Gotcha. I think that possibly would help with some of this, but you know, that's a I guess staff's recommendation on how best to let people know that their terms are expiring. I would like to add the additional vacancies in here. If we could go back one slide, I think that was where, or maybe it might have been 2 slides. It's slide just before that. Where's the slide that talked about when there's 2 vacancies? 2 vacancies on a committee trigger a special recruitment window. If we did not fill the additional vacancies this time, with this next ballot coming up in July, and we, you know, between now and then, there's additional vacancies that would put us into the special recruitment window. We'd basically have to, starting in July, have another set of ballots. Is that correct?
It depends on if the vacancy would be on the same board. It's 2 vacancies on 1 board.
And I'll add, this special recruitment window is more than just a reballot. It is an entire recruitment window where we're doing public engagement, we're accepting applications for a set amount of time, and then we ballot, and then we appoint.
And I think if we add the additional vacancies, we might be able to stay that recruitment window possibly until the winter time, or the next time that we're having it.
Councilmember Kessling, if I can clarify, so are you saying you would like to include the vacancies now, or?
Include the additional vacancies, because there's probably going to be more vacancies, so that we'd have summer, and then we'd have the special, and then we'd have the next one. But if we can include those additional vacancies now, I'm hypothesizing that we might not have a special permit or special vacancy window until the next time that we're going to be deciding on, you know, the normal balloting process.
And would you like to, I apologize, would you like to include the additional applications that came in after the timeframe?
How soon after the timeline were they?
One was a couple of days after, and then the other 2 were within the past few days.
I would lean towards the one that was within a few days, as opposed to the ones that were submitted a few days ago. That's my recommendation. And then I also wanted to just give a plug for maybe if we can investigate ranked choice voting in future, not for this one, but you know, just in the future. I know that there's some software that helps with that. From what I understand about it, it's basically a 1-round thing, so that we wouldn't be in a situation where you know, we're having to decide on folks that didn't get enough votes. It's essentially it's a ranking system, obviously, and if a person didn't, if a specific vacancy didn't get enough, or a person didn't get enough votes to fill one of the vacancies, then the person that received the fewest votes would have their votes redistributed, and so on and so forth, until the final person gets that, a person gets the vacancy filled. If you do it through Google Forms or Microsoft Forms, I think there's a lot of hand kind of calculation that you do through that, but I know that there's some software that just does it automatically. So that would be interesting to look into for future recruitment cycles.
The only reason that we have it as a majority at 4 right now is because that's what's written within the policy for the advisory committees. However, council has written that policy, so that would be up to council if you wanted to change that policy, to change it from a majority to a ranking system.
That's something that I would be interested in investigating, just for the record.
And we can discuss that more in the next time we bring that policy back to you. With respect to Councilmember Caramel and Councilmember Patel, who have not had a chance to speak, in the interest of time, I have heard 4 members of council interested in including these vacancies on the ballot. I would encourage the conversation to focus now on consensus of, do we keep the applications that were received after the deadline, or are we only sending you what we received during the recruitment window? Keeping in mind that if we only use what was kept in the recruitment window, that 1 vacancy on PSAC will remain unfilled because we only received 1 application.
So my opinion is that if we take 1 late application, we take all.
So would you take 1 or not? Any at all?
We'll take all.
Okay. You want to just go down the line? Would you take the,
I already said that I would take the late applications.
okay?
No, I think we advertised a deadline. I think we need to stick to it.
I would agree. I would not take the late applications.
There was a misunderstanding with the PZB person's application, correct? Was that not his fault, okay, but was it our fault or their fault?
If I can interrupt, that application was received in time.
Oh, okay. Then then to be honest, I'm indifferent. I'm sorry. Whatever we come to consensus on is fine with me. I guess I think that if people didn't get their ballots in on time, then, and there wasn't any type of misunderstanding, then I don't see any reason to take the late ballots.
The late.
Applications, sorry. The late applications, I'm a no on that.
I think I would not, if a person has missed the deadline, it is what it is, you know, we are not trying to catch up here. We have policies of when to pick and how the recruitment cycles are. But the only thing that bothers me is the PCP, because we have not completed technically our stuff to vote on it. And that is creating a hanging chad for the person who has to lead the meeting. And PCB is the most important of all. And for me, how do we quickly resolve that is my number 1 priority here. Because the rest of them, there's a quorum, everything is fine. But this person is the chair. So that is, for me, it's a matter of essence and urgency that needs to be resolved.
So are you proposing a solution to your concern, or are you just sharing your
I'm
concern?
meant to say, I would just do 1 ballot right now and get over it, and then figure out the rest. Because it's PCB and just because he's the chair, that's all it is.
Again, for clarity, the 1 ballot right now is like today, or?
Today.
It's 23rd.
I just want to be clear.
Is there a vice chair for that committee? Okay, so they can still conduct business.
Can I go?
Let's go ahead and finish the row. And would you take the additional late applications?
I guess one clarifying question on that, which committees are the late applications for?
It is for the public safety and the planning and zoning.
So there's a late application, so what's the, there's 3, right?
Yes, there's 3 applications that were received after the deadline. 2 were for the public safety committee, 1 was for the planning and zoning board.
I'm probably fine with accepting the late applications.
I'm still confused though. You mentioned about 1 application that there was a back and forth about whether that was received in time or not. Which one was that?
Kimberly, correct me if I'm wrong. The current chair of the Planning and Zoning Board had a miscommunication about his application. It was received on time. It will be included in this revote ballot as that's one PZB seat that was originally going to become vacant. His term is ending. Whatever you do tonight, you will be getting a ballot. His name will be on it. You're filling that seat. If that member is not reappointed, they will take a vote to recommend a new chair. It will come to you for final approval. But that person is up for reappointment right now.
When is their term expiring?
Kimberly, do you have that? I can pull it.
July 31st is when the current terms expire.
So there is some urgency. Can we reballot not tonight and appoint them before July 31st? Or, or maybe we should just do it tonight, because I'm just concerned.
His term actually ends August 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's the case then. Next. Yeah.
The next opportunity for us to vote would be July 28th, and that keeps him on the Planning and Zoning Board until we reappoint potentially on July 28th, and there should be no break in service then, and potentially we go that way. Okay, thank you, then I feel better. I feel much better.
I still see 3 lights on. Would someone like to be recognized? My watch called somebody. Sorry about that. Don't know why. Okay. So what I heard, I believe, is that we are not going to be taking the late applications for the ballot that we're going to be filling out at home online. That will be brought back to us on the 28th for appointments.
And you will be including the additional vacancies, but not the applications.
Not the late applications. Are we all in agreement on that? Okay. Now, I believe I entertain a motion to adopt the resolution in front of you, but dated June 23rd, not 28th. Not July 23rd.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi. Do I have a second on this resolution? And a second from Councilmember Patel. Do we need to actually read that completely, or are we good?
You can just read the title of it, it's fine.
Okay, if you could just re-motion that by reading the title, please.
Okay, I make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2026-223-0 of the Morrisville Town Council appointing advisory committee members summer 2026.
And a re-second?
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, a second from Councilmember Patel. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much. Very good discussion. I think we added to each other's understanding on that. Thank you for all the hard work you're doing behind the scenes. It's a lot cleaner than it used to be. You guys have done a really good job making this a lot more streamlined, and I appreciate all the thoughts and the suggestions that have been made. I'd also be interested in ranked choice voting in the future. I was thinking about that the other day. And everyone still needs a majority, but there's just that's a way to get to a majority in a single vote. So, okay. Any comments on that, Town Manager Zugma?
Not on that, no, sir.
No, I mean, did you want to be recognized for something else?
Yes.
Please.
As far as the work session, I'm going to suggest perhaps you stay on the dais for a couple of reasons. One is we have multiple people that will need to speak, and rather than trying to cycle through a single chair there, we can all be over there. And then we do have some very specific information in the presentation. I think you may appreciate your monitor in front of you rather than trying to view it on the big monitor.
Okay. That sounds like a great plan. I appreciate that. We're going to move on to item 13 right now, which is future meetings. For a full listing of our events, please see the town calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov. Now, Council Manager comments. Councilmember Johnson will share first, and will be followed by Councilmember Patel.
So first, I want to say happy birthday to Councilmember Kessling. today is his birthday. We've all celebrated a birthday or an anniversary or something on this dais, so happy birthday. Also want, and I know town manager is going to talk about this, but I also want to extend my congratulations to the fire department on their reaccreditation. So kudos to them. I'm not surprised, but kudos to them for it's officially a reaccreditation. And then lastly, just happy 4th of July, happy 250th to America.
Councilmember Patel, followed by Mr. Birthday Kessling.
So, happy birthday to Councilmember Kessling. Most of us were at the Juneteenth celebration last weekend at Music Park, and that was a great job by everyone who put that together. And yep, happy 4th of July and 250th.
Councilmember Kessling, followed by myself.
I appreciate all the birthday wishes. If the public was interested, I'm now 32 years old, so. I wanted to highlight something. We received an update from the new Community Innovation Group, and I want to commend their efforts in developing tools and training for senior digital literacy, and for this new structure of the Community Innovation Group for allowing progress to happen on that committee. Congratulations to Councilmember Johnson for being named the 2026 Elected Woman of Excellence. I don't remember the organization that was giving that out, but congrats. Congrats to the Carolina Hurricanes for winning the Stanley Cup. It's always exciting. And happy Juneteenth.
Okay, now I'll go, followed by Member Body. I look forward to traveling with my colleagues, staff, and community members seeking a second All-America City recognition. The comms team is to be commended, and everyone is working really hard together. A week from Thursday, we will celebrate Red, White, and Boom at Cedar Park District Park. I'll actually be in California with my family, so I will take a moment now to wish everyone a happy 250th and have a lot of fun and enjoy what is always a spectacular fireworks show. And next is Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, and then Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, and happy birthday to my friend Harrison.
Happy birthday, Harrison, and thank you for the reminder that I'm old enough to be your mother. Always appreciated. I'd like to wish everybody early happy 4th of July. I'll be at Red, White, and Blue, and I'm really excited about it. It's one of my favorite events of the year. I'd like to thank and congratulate staff who worked on this year's Juneteenth event. It was a small event, but it was really wonderful, and it always makes me so happy that we celebrate that. Congratulations to Councilmember Johnson. I'll just echo that, and I believe that's it.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, then Councilmember Garamella will take us home.
Well, I'd like to say happy birthday to Harrison, and I promise not to let us sing a song because we'd be very much out of tune, but later maybe we could consider something special. Juneteenth was a really well received event. The trivia was very interesting, and there was a proclamation read by one of our own committee members, which I thought was rather it was very impactful for all of us that were there. And I'd like to say happy birthday, America, 250, but I'm really excited about 2027 because that will be the 175th anniversary of the town of Morrisville. And so hopefully we can do something a little fun next year as well. And I am also a delegate for the All-American City competition in Denver this weekend, and I am practicing and doing what I can, but most importantly, we have an amazing group of community staff and leadership to showcase all the wonderful things that Morrisville is, and I wish everyone the best. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah, first, I think I have to congratulate Liz. This award is from the National Foundation of Women Legislators, NFWL. You know, I don't think anyone has ever got these kind of awards, and this is a national organization to name her the 2026 Elected Women for Excellence Award. And I think Liz is about time with the 3 decades in it. They should have given you a long time ago. But no, it is good recognition. It's not that she craves for it or she's looking for it. It is someone else who looked out and recognized it. And I would say very excited for the July 2nd fireworks, because I have been getting confused like July 3rd, July 2nd. And the 250, I think I wanted to ask Brandon, from a 250 point of view, other than the July 2nd, are we doing anything from a town point of view?
We are. So you've actually, if you ride around town, you're starting to see signs go up and recognition go up. You see that across the street. You see outside of Town Hall and some of our other facilities. And then the Parks Department has also got a number of different events planned. We want to get through July 2nd, celebrate that, and that'll be really the kickoff for the 250th. And so there'll be other announcements coming for other activities.
And I think that should be well publicized, because all towns are doing, and I think we should not fall short. I'm sure we will not.
Correct.
Thank you so much, and looking forward for the Denver trip. People have to keep me straight, though. It's okay.
Town manager, anything for the good of the order?
Yes, sir. Congratulations to Councilmember Johnson. Happy birthday to Harrison. And also just a quick clarification. So the fire department is recommended for reaccreditation. Just don't want to get a little ahead of ourselves. So they will get reaccredited. We're very confident in August in Chicago. So I will go out and support them and make sure that they get the recognition they deserve. And then I think you're aware from a prior meeting that Giselle has actually been appointed as a commissioner for the group that does the accreditation. So she is directly involved in that as well. But yeah, they got amazing feedback, very little minors. You could do this differently. Honestly, it felt like they were sort of looking for things to give some feedback on, which is not surprising, knowing the fire department and how they're led. So thank you.
Okay, then we will move right into our work session. We have one work session this evening. We'll invite Brandon Zudema, town manager, to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for some time tonight, and we are going to spend a little bit of time with you. As you know, the town center is probably the most important project that most of us have done or will do in our time with the town of Morrisville. So we are at a good point where we have started construction. We have some good updates for you tonight. We're going to talk about a small additional request for funding and explain where that comes from. We're going to talk briefly about branding and wayfinding for the larger town center district. We'll give you a little bit of an update on veterans recognition, and then we will bring before you a request to do a second amendment to the development agreement that you approved with Singh back in 2024. You recall we did a minor amendment in 2025, and we'll explain what we're asking to do tonight. So do want to mention, you know Avi very well, so Avi is here. Jeremiah Sloop, who is also with Singh, is here, and you've met Mark occasionally. Eric Thomas is on the slide, but unfortunately called me this morning very, very ill. And so not able to get here, and even if he could, didn't want to share that. So I will cover a slide that he prepared and do my best on that, and then we'll talk about that when we get there. So what, again, we want to do tonight is a quick project status update. Again, the project budget amendment and why we're requesting that funding, and then I've already sort of addressed the other points there. So just as a reminder, and for those that are either in the audience or watching, we are talking primarily about Phase 1A. We are under agreement through the development agreement with Singh for Phase 1A and 1B. However, Phase 1A is the current project. Phase 1A is Block C, which is on your bottom right there, is the new town green with the cottage retail surrounding it, the stage and other amenities. They'll also host the Western Wake Farmers Market down on the bottom there, adjacent to Town Hall Drive. And then Block A is the multifamily and commercial development that Sing is responsible for as they're part of this private-public partnership. Again, just to remind particularly our newer members, sort of the who's who here. Obviously, we are, as the town, the project owner for our portion of it. Sing Development LLC is our public-private partner for Phase 1A and B. Bobbitt Construction, you will hear them reference, that is Sing's general contractor doing the work on our project for the town green. And then Eric could not be here, but Eric Thomas, our PPP consultant through the School of Government's Development Finance Initiative. So a brief update on the status of where the town green is at. As you can tell by going by there, it's under construction, and you're going to actually start to see much more work completed in the next coming weeks and months. Clearing and rough grading is completed, and there's a lot of work going on infrastructure and utility. And I'm learning as I go that utilities and infrastructure is not nearly as easy or straightforward as you think it would be, particularly when you're digging into ground where there's things that aren't supposed to be there according to the maps we have. So some interesting challenges there, but not fully unexpected. Again, you also notice that what will eventually be Block B, or Phase 1B, is now a temporary parking lot for the library, and then there's also a construction lot in place behind that on Carolina Street. What used to be the slip lane to go right onto Carolina without entering the traffic circle is permanently closed. That will not reopen. That will stay closed as part of the project. We've gone through that. And then reconstruction of Carolina Street is scheduled to start as soon as the end of this month, but certainly in July to do some work there. And I'm going to let Avi come up and give you a quick update on the Griffin.
Good evening, everyone. Avi Graywald, Sing Development. Good to see familiar faces and meet a couple new ones tonight. Yeah, the multifamily building, mixed-use building, we'll call the Griffin Town Center or Town Center District, if I'm allowed to say that, is underway. We're doing site work there as well. We've run into some unsuitable soils, which is not uncommon in this area. So next month, you're going to start seeing the parking deck go up. And then later on this year, we'll start to see framing. And we anticipate completing that building summer 2028. Along with that, it's not on the slide, but we are in review for the cottage retail buildings along the park. And we've started to have some very preliminary discussions with potential retail tenants that we think could be an exciting use for those spaces. As Brandon mentioned, Jeremiah Sloop, who is our Regional Director of Construction here for the Southeast, has officially taken over the project reins from Todd Rankin, who you guys have seen for the last few years, who for Sing manages mostly our design, architecture, and planning efforts. And then when we start construction, things shift over to Jeremiah. So after this slide, I'll mostly just turn it over to him for kind of the updates. And as Brandon noted on the slide, he's become very familiar with lots of town staff and partners here, and is working with the library on doing some kind of creative programs that kind of work hand in hand with them, with children and other community members.
So just really as a bit of a reminder, I mentioned some of the staff that's here, but our core group, which is really our engineering department that handles capital projects, are meeting at least bi-weekly with Sing staff to just have regular updates, regular conversations. Something needs a change, something needs approval. They're having all those kind of conversations. They're collaborating really, really well in terms of solving problems and keeping things moving. We're appreciative, certainly, of Jeremiah and Sing for helping us with that. And then we've got Mark and Eric and Kyle all directly involved, and then any number of other staff. Michelle and her team are regularly involved in this as well. So we've got a lot of folks working on this. And again, I'm in regular communication with Avi. We are talking all the time to make sure that we're staying on the same page with this. And I'm often attending those bi-weekly meetings just to make sure I'm getting sort of that firsthand feeling for what's going on there. as we work through this, I think we've come to get to know each other a little bit better. We've understood what Sing is accomplishing, because that's not our normal perspective, right? We're not a developer. And I think they're starting to better understand what it means to be a municipal government. I'm not sure they like it, but they're starting to understand it. So it's led to a better relationship, I think, along the way. And what we're going to ask for partially in the development agreement amendments is really just to memorialize some of the changes we've already made to make sure that we're having good, effective communication as we work through the project. And again, I'll talk to you a little bit more about that towards the end. So I'm going to let Jeremiah come up and start to, or perhaps Avi, and start to pick up from there, and then I will be back with you, as will Mark.
I just want to quickly note, I mean, it's been, projects like this, any construction project, the early stages, there's a lot of unknowns, and we're discovering a lot of things, and there can be a lot of challenges, a lot of frustrating conversations, and I just kind of want to had to remind myself why we got into this project, why we like Morrisville, why, feels very familial with everybody here. And I think that's what happens with families. We might butt heads here and there, but at the end of the day, we have the same goals in mind. And I think that's why you guys selected us a few years ago unanimously to be your partner on this project, because, maybe we didn't have the prettiest pictures, but you knew we were committed to Morrisville and delivering this project like you all.
Thank you, Avi. Like Brendan mentioned, my name is Jeremiah Sloop. I'm the Regional Director of Construction for Sing, and I've kind of transitioned over. Todd's still very deeply involved, but I'm kind of handling day-to-day along with Mark. I think this and the next couple slides that I've seen sort of spell out the beginning of the story, but from a personal experience, I cut my teeth in public work. So, and then kind of transition more into the private side, and I've seen every facet of construction outside of maybe heavy industrial in this region. And the PPP project delivery style is very unique. Oftentimes these projects are very compartmentalized. And even when we're doing public work as a private entity, as like maybe a private general contractor, there is still a little bit of sort of circling the wagons at times. There's a lot of different vested interests and folks working together, but with different interests. And what I've seen here is very unique. And I think it's a credit to the town staff and to the town as well in its investment that we are able, like the slide mentions, like we're able to work together and collaborate on issues in real time in a manner that really no other, even design build doesn't really afford us. I think there's I'm not a tech guy. I'm a construction guy. I apologize. There we go.
I think you got that one.
Thank you, Brandon. So slide mentions, what you're going to see tonight are some of the challenges, just a highlight of some of the challenges that we've seen. And we want to make sure that that staff and council are aware of sort of how that process works from a high level. So when we encounter issues, sometimes it's as simple as opening up the road and just seeing something that maybe shouldn't be there. Other times it's recognizing that a design, our best intention, the design maybe isn't going to work as we might have foreseen. So when those conditions arise, the first thing that we're doing is vetting it with our trade partners. They're sort of the first line of defense. Those are those second tier folks that are working in the town of Morrisville. We're vetting that along with the design team that's been on the project, the engineers and the architects. And at the same time, we're able to relay some of those challenges to Mark, to his staff. And so as a team effort, we're able to review these. And the first thing that we're doing is verifying, is this in fact an unforeseen condition that could not have been recognized earlier on and therefore something that should be included in our budget? So before we even get to the point of these costs being raised in a meeting, we've already done a significant amount of diligence, and a lot of parties have kind of reviewed this to make sure that this couldn't have been foreseen and that there isn't another way around it, maybe that results in a no cost. Look at that. I think this slide just sort of reiterates a little bit of what I was just saying. We're also able to work with Mark, with Shandy, with Michelle, with Eric, with every staff member that we encounter to talk about the town's needs, what we think that the town's desires may be. So as we're finding an issue in real time, we're not only looking at a solution from a construction standpoint, from a constructability standpoint, but we're also looking at what's best going to serve the town. And because of the PPP delivery, we're able to sort of like get all of that input at once, which I think is another big benefit. Thanks.
There we go. Sorry. So this would be Eric Thomas, if you can envision. Told him I would try to share his thoughts because I asked him to give his thoughts on some of what we're experiencing with this project, because I know that you have come to value his opinion, and he's involved in a lot of these projects across the state. So we can share our experience, but he can share experience from other projects and what they're seeing. So what he would have shared with you is that multi-site development of this scale is really complex. Having the right partnership in place is essential, and I wanted you to see that tonight, how this merges well and works well together. And it would emphasize no single partner could really efficiently deliver this on their own. So again, that PPP is really paying off. His experiences at recent open space and infrastructure project in the Triangle have seen costs rise during early construction, sometimes requiring budget adjustments. So what we're going to talk to you about tonight is not unique to this project. And also infill sites present challenges. And so we have a little bit of that with what we're doing. Hidden utility issues often can't be identified until early construction is underway. Eric also asked me to share with you that when we get through this tonight, if you have any questions you would like to talk to him, he is more than willing to sit down on a Teams call, or I'm sure he would even come over here if we asked him real nice and maybe offer him lunch. But he's more than happy to sit down with any of you, small groups, individually, to answer any questions you have as we go through this project. So I want to get into the construction cost update. So really, the last time we talked to you about this was September of 2025, when we brought you the construction estimate from Bobbitt. And so since that time, there are sort of three pieces that we want to discuss with you. One is the SING fee that was not in the 2025 Bobbitt number, and then also give you an update of what occurred between September and January to update cost estimating, and then some design revisions that have occurred January through really today that are also impacting the budget a little bit. So originally, the SING management fee, which is $726,816, was not included in that $20.9 million number that you approved in September. And I would love to explain that away, but it was a miss. It was an oversight on our part. We were focused on the construction number, and it came through without that attached to it. So as a part of that, we've had lots of discussions about that, and we've changed some of our practices to make sure nothing like that happens again. And so what Avi has agreed to do is to donate back essentially a total of $242,000 in credits applied against the most recent construction change order to keep those costs down. So they have reduced their $726,816 fee by $200,000, and then they also voluntarily picked up $42,000 to pay for temporary parking lot costs behind the library to ensure that there was parking for library patrons to use to come and go. So from September to January, the original budget was based on the construction documents drawing set at that time. And then following presentation to council, Bulletin 1 drawings were issued to Bobbitt. These drawings provided some additional clarification and revisions because this is a continual process almost until it's done, almost until the last board or stone is put into place. And so those revisions occurred, and we're going to give you some detail about what that was. And they really provide additional clarification to those original construction documents that resulted in the September $20.9 million cost. So related to that, a pricing exercise was completed based on these revised drawings that resulted in a $679,170 add to that construction budget. Do want to highlight that nearly half of that added cost has since been value engineered down and or issued in credit. So there is no, this is your bill, okay, we'll pay that. There's, well, this is what it is. How do we work collaboratively? Been a lot of work with Duke Energy, a lot of work with some other folks that have collaborated to find different ways, less expensive ways to do things, as I think Jeremiah alluded to, always trying to get the best deal for our buck, if you will. And again, I would highlight to you, I think Jeremiah would highlight to you, Eric would highlight to you, that this sort of evolution is really a normal part of a construction development process. So the clarifications and revisions that you saw there, associated with the Bulletin 1 drawings for the $679,000. There was additional site work of about $180,000. The electrical plan at that point, because of conversations with Duke, had not been completed. So that's about $433,000. Some minor concrete changes, $28,000. Updates to doors and plumbing and how things would work best, $10,000. And then, of course, anytime you add additional work, you have to add additional overhead and profit. So that was about $61,000. And then we were able to value engineer about $35,000 related to landscaping and roofing to keep that at a $679,000 cost increase. So that was related to the bulletin update. And then since then, there has been a lot of permit review by the town, our staff, and the town of Cary staff. And I'm going to let both Jeremiah and Mark come up and talk you through what some of that is.
Thank you, Brandon. So from January to now, what we've seen, we're going to get into a couple of unforeseens and then a couple of foreseen cost increases, and then we can answer questions about those. So the first thing we had is what's called an IFC set. For those not familiar, once we have our CD set, we are submitting that to the municipality. They're reviewing it again for regulatory purposes or for any other additional changes. That set comes back, oftentimes with comments. It is standard. I don't know that I've ever actually seen an IFC set not come back with some modifications. We did, however, work with another benefit of the PPP. We were able to work directly with staff on some value engineering. So we pulled that cost down for a job this size, I would say we typically see the IFC set result in more cost than what we expected. We had initially pinned that this would likely be higher. So I was pleased to see where the final cost came in. We've also received DOT approval. That did not come through until, I don't have the exact date, I believe it was late February, beginning of March, but we did receive DOT approval for the Church Street extension work. So that has been added back into, and you'll see that cost on an upcoming slide, but that has also been added back into the budget. There we go. We've entered into what we call on the design side, the CA portion, and that's basically where the design teams transition over from purely design into being that additional set of eyes and ears on the project. They're also providing weekly reports, and then they're here to modify the drawings as necessary, modify the specifications as necessary to keep up with changes in the project. So we transition them away from their predominantly design work and into a little bit more of design/oversight. That's also been added into our current construction budget. And then when we talk about some of the unforeseens, this sort of dovetails also into some of the benefits that we've seen of the PPP. The primary challenges that we've seen so far, as Brandon alluded to, are related to utilities. Once we open up the ground, we do our best during the pre-construction and design phase to anticipate what's in the ground. That information is only as good as the maps that the municipality and the different regulatory bodies have. Here we're talking about Enbridge, who took over from Dominion, Duke Energy, and then the town itself. And then also the surveying that we do, so potholing, for instance. So we do go through, design teams go through and verify to the best of their ability what's in the ground. But once we do get into the ground, I would say it's not only common, but it's kind of standard that once we get in the ground, we're going to find things that maybe shouldn't be there or are in the wrong location. Here with Duke, this was a unique problem that we ran into. Duke didn't realize that they were lacking primary conduit to the existing transformers. So we have existing transformers on site, and then we're bringing some new transformers. Duke was given all of this information by the design team early on, by the town. It really shouldn't have been a surprise, but when we got into the construction phase, it was determined that what they had was called direct bury, and they did not have primary conduit running. That represented a pretty unique challenge because we need that primary conduit in the ground in order to relocate transformers and set a new one. When Duke, the project, to my understanding, the project changed some hands at Duke over the last couple of years, and there may have been some information lost during those handovers, to the best of my knowledge. Duke also recognized that the entire area is a bit underserved for the power that they would like to bring for what is currently planned and then for future development. So part of the benefit to the model that we're utilizing here is we were not only able to bring this stuff to Duke's attention and work with the engineers, but we were able to rely on town staff to assist us and bringing all of this to Duke's attention. We were able to get a lot more attention, I think, than I often see, with senior Duke staff that came out to the site, sat with us in the project trailer and said, you know, let us really understand this area. As a result, what we initially looked at was likely about a $250,000 hit to the project, and that was simply to bring what should have already existed, but Duke discovered didn't exist. In fact, what we were able to work out was essentially a no-cost change, net change, because Duke was able to contribute a lot of the work, our trade partners were able to contribute work, and we had a bit of an electrical design contingency left over. But on top of that, Duke is now bringing power down Carolina Street at their cost. Once they recognized that this was, you know, a public-private partnership, that the town had a vested interest in it, they agreed to bring power from Church Street down Carolina and then set some new transformers. So this not only brings what we need for the current project, but it also sets the town up for future work, which I think is a pretty big win, or for future power needs, I should say. Is it just kind of reiterating that? There we go. So the other challenge that we've seen so far, or the other major challenge, is related to gas. So we've worked a lot, we're working still with Enbridge on this, but essentially there's a lot in the road, I would say, on Town Hall Drive and in Carolina. There's a lot of utilities. And any of you who've been around construction projects, experienced construction projects, you know that when you open up a roadway, there's a lot less room under the ground than you might expect. And what we've discovered is not only is there a main, we knew there was a main transmission line, but some of these gas lines are slightly off where they're purported to be, where the maps show them, where the potholing anticipated them to be. These gas lines are at slightly different depths. Now, normally this wouldn't be much of an issue, but in our case, we're dealing with a very compact area with a lot traveling through it. There's a lot of pipe and a lot of new pipe, a lot of storm pipe, for instance, that's going to serve the town's current and future needs, as opposed to what's currently in the ground there. But with that comes an increase in size. And so these gas lines being slightly off from where they are, it can be a matter of inches to a foot, but it's now directly running into where we need to put new lines. So again, what we've done is we've managed to stop the work, bring the design team to the table, but also rely on town staff to help support that. We were able to talk to town engineering, we're able to look at information that they have and work directly with Enbridge to try to redesign where these things are crossing. So the volume of water that's going to be transported, the amount of utilities are not changing. It's really just kind of the locations, but it's a lot more difficult to do than you might imagine, to find like where those crossings can occur. That has resulted in some increase in cost, but again, here we've managed to keep those costs significantly lower than I would anticipate on a purely private development project. This slide has a recap of some of the costs that we've discussed. So we've got the IFC set, the Church Street improvements, the addition of the CA costs, the Duke boring costs that for crossing over Church Street, and then also a significant number of credits. And those credits are a testament to town staff who have diligently looked for value engineering opportunities every step of the way. And because of our partnership, they're able to ask kind of in more real time they're able to come to our weekly meetings and discuss with the engineers, what opportunities do we have to maybe save a little bit on the budget. And I keep messing that up. There we go. So this is a list of the current credits that we've managed to identify. These are approved by Duke, so we've managed to change the light pole base as well as structural soil credit at the along the trees along the roadway. And then our general contractor has helped revise the schedule in order to pull the general conditions in and offer up a credit. And then, as Brandon mentioned, we've also offered an additional $42,000 to cover the temporary lot cost.
So where that leaves us in terms of the cost today, the original approved cost in September was $20.9 million. We are including the SING project management fee, which is $726. I'll show you the $200,000 credit in just a minute. The additional cost from September, which was the $679, and then the most recent additional costs are the $257, which Jeremiah just described. And then we had $150,000 that's sort of outside of the construction contract with SING, where Rick and our team are doing working with a Graybar who does a lot of work for us for IT to have some IT installed in that area. So when you include all of that, you're at $22.75 million as the new phase one project cost. So that's an increase of $1.8 million since we brought this to you in September. This is just another chart that sort of shows you how this has developed over time. We end up with that same 22.75 and a $1.8 million increase. So we also have funding sources identified for you to consider approving. So first of all, again, SING has reduced their management fees, so we take that $200,000 out of these costs. They mentioned the $42,000, but that was already listed in the credits. We also received $250,000 from Congresswoman Ross. So when you take all of that out, you are at $1.36 million that we would need to add to the project to fund it as designed today. So we have two sources primarily for that, and Byron is also here if you have any questions. But one is the interest to be earned on the town center fund over the next 12 months, approximately $900,000. I had gotten a question about where that money is, how is it receiving interest? So that is allocated and held in the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, and it currently earns an interest rate of 3.6%. So that's where we're accounting for approximately $900,000 of interest over the next 12 months. In addition to the additional interest there, we're recommending that we use a Parks Reserve money. So you remember that earlier this year you closed out the Parks and Greenway projects that resulted in $1.7 million coming back to the Parks Reserve Fund. The good news about that 1.7 is it's not accounted for. So if you choose to use some of that, it doesn't hinder an existing project, it doesn't slow another project. That money was not accounted for because we didn't know what it would be until those projects were closed out. So you could take the other 463, 677 out of there, and again, that won't impact anything. So that would get you to the $1.36 million that would be the additional cost. And that's just a summary of showing where that would come from. So we want to answer any questions or have any discussion you have about this funding request, and then we'll talk briefly about the potential for an owner's contingency.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, please.
I don't understand why, if the reason that we had to do a significant redesign of part of the project was because of mistakes basically by Duke Energy and Dominion, why we're still on the hook for those design fees. Like, why aren't those two companies paying them?
So I would say that that's a portion of it. It's not a significant portion of working through like where the lines are and that sort of thing. There is some cost there. Again, there was also things that just hadn't been priced yet to the design. So the NCDOT money on Church Street, that's a significant amount of money. Some of the other pieces that were described there. Unfortunately, Duke is not necessarily responsible for having everything accurate because some of what's under there is not theirs. I think some of the pipe we think is 100 plus years old. And so, you know, it's hard to track some of that stuff that's been here that long.
Okay. So I didn't actually realize that the $726,000 fee for Sing had been into previous estimates. So it was missed out of this one, but it had been in two previous ones.
Yes.
Okay, could you describe to me the practices that you said that you put in place to prevent that from happening again?
So I think the first thing is that we have sat down and really developed a better understanding because, you know, I think I can speak for Avi. They're not used to doing this type of work. They typically work with a contractor and they pay the contractor invoice. So that's what they're used to doing. So they pass that to us. And we're not used to looking for a project management fee because we typically do our own project management. So we have sat down, we have discussed that, we have ensured that there is a second and a third set of eyes on every invoice that's coming through. And so I think on the Sing side, I can say they're having extra checks on their end to make sure that what comes through is consistent and approved. And then we're doing the same on our side. And then again, you've also got Byron's folks that are doing a check as well as things come through before they're issued for payment.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, mistakes happen, but I think that correcting the process is the really important part of that. You know, the learning from the mistake is the important part. I didn't want to forget to say, Avi, if you could convey our thanks to Todd. I'm disappointed that he's not here tonight so we could say goodbye, but I'm sure you're great.
He's
But
up in Michigan with his family this weekend. So.
oh, good. I mean, I'm sure Jeremiah's great. We'll come to love him too. But do thank Todd for us because he was really instrumental in bringing this project to life, and I really appreciated his work. As for the additional money, so what I'm understanding, could you just go back to that slide where, okay, here it is, where we show where that's getting paid for. So interest earned on the town center fund, which had not been previously allocated.
Correct.
Okay, and then the Parks Reserve Fund, we're getting back 1.7 something million dollars and we're using 463,000.
Correct.
Okay. A discussion for another time, but does that leave us with an extra $1.2 million?
It leaves you with unanticipated, I don't know that I would use the word extra, I would prefer to say unanticipated money in that fund from that closeout, yes.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm glad that this is the situation that we're in, certainly. I mean, I wouldn't want to value engineer the project any more than we already have. I think we made pretty significant headway in that area. And I'm glad that this is the situation that we're in. And I would approve the additional funding. I don't think we ever thought it would cost what we agreed on day one. But, I mean, wow, that's a pretty significant overrun, and I'm glad that we have it covered without doing something drastic.
And I will also add to your question about the park reserve. Actually, tonight on consent, you closed out the dog park fund. And so that's about $300,000 that's going back into the park reserve as well, because that project came in under budget. So,
Jeez, nice
You're
work, man.
Mark's
Okay.
crushing it, just crushing it.
Good, yeah, good job, everybody. Keep that up.
Any other questions about the funding? I think
Okay.
it was a really good, thorough explanation. We really appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate your patience, and we know that this is, important to you. It's important that we're transparent to the community with what we're doing, and really wanted to share that this isn't just, oh, we didn't know that was happening. This is how a project evolves, and we just haven't been involved with this type of project in quite some time. So I thought it was good to hear from everybody as to how we've gotten to where we are.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Thanks, Brandon, I think, and rest of the people here. My question is, did we keep a reserve fund for the town center allocated? I thought it was part of the general fund that you had earmarked to be used, right?
So we do have the town center fund held separately in that capital management trust. So there is the money in there to have that accruing interest that is handling the town center project.
I'm trying to understand, like, And also we have the general fund, like, in some kind of.
Correct.
Fund,
Yeah, it's also held somewhere,
yeah,
yes.
Which is also, gathering interest as we speak. So how different, so we are going to get this 900,000 either way, right? Because that
Correct.
was, so it's not like the interest on just for that, but it is overall for the entire general fund. This is what 3.6 equates to, right?
Generally speaking, yes, and I may ask Byron to come this way to correct me if I need it, but, we also keep this in a separate fund. In the past, we really kept every single project in a separate fund, and we're moving away from that, but we are keeping this in a separate fund because, A, of the scope of it and the amount of money involved with it. There's also ARPA money involved in this project, so really important that we track that separately and be able to report, which we've done. I mean, ARPA is closed out, but another reason for keeping it separate. I don't know if you want to offer anything else.
The only other thing that I would say is the majority of the funding that exists in this particular account in North Carolina Capital Management Trust is tied to the 2024 bond issuance that we did. So the majority of this interest is associated with that bond, and therefore we do kind of want to keep it with these particular projects. So it's not just $900,000 that's unrestricted that we can use for anything. We do want to keep it with these projects.
So, for example, Dog Park, you said, it came 300,000 short. And when the project starts, do you take that money and put it in a separate kind of an account so that it goes to that? The reason I'm asking that particular question is, does that also accrue interest till it is not getting used, while it's in the bank?
So it does accrue interest, and the dog park is a little complicated because of the fact that we did have some grant funding associated with that, as well as some ARPA funding as well.
No, this is just as an example, like a 1.5, was what was our estimate for us,
Yeah, so the long and short is that the majority of our funding is in North Carolina Capital Management Trust, and so it's earning the same interest rate no matter which particular account it's in. Because these are bond funds associated with this particular project, it is in a separate account, but that separate account earns the same interest as the rest of our general fund dollars that go to that particular fund as well, or that particular capital management trust as well.
Okay, and did you guys factor this $900,000 before for any, did you earmark this? Because this was interest we were getting no matter what. Right, because we are keeping that in a separate fund allocated at town center. Was there a thought process, because you're the chief CFO, so you know, like, if I'm putting here, I'm getting this much money back. And so was this money earmarked for something else, or just in anticipation that we would be using as a surplus?
So it wasn't earmarked for anything else. At the end of the day, we knew we would get some interest from these funds. However, just due to the fact that interest rates do change quite frequently, and this is a long-term project, we don't want to project too much interest, especially for the fact that, over time, these funds will be drawn down. As we spend money in this project, we will earn less interest in the long run. But for now, we can accurately say that we're going to earn this amount because the majority of it we have received already. It was just not budgeted and allocated for in that manner. So it's cash that's been received in the fund, and therefore we're appropriating that budget for additional expenses in the fund.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Don't see any other questions at this time.
All right, thank you. So we also want to talk about a contingency for the owner, us. So we currently do not have an owner's contingency. That was a conscious decision that was made in order to keep this project initially under budget. So at this point, we are asking that we would consider that. I'm going to ask Mark to come up and talk a little bit about contingencies for you to make sure we're on the same page before we make the ask. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering. I will comment just quickly about the $900,000 we were just talking about a second ago. It is important that we realize that a project of this magnitude certainly would need extra funds beyond what was originally allocated. Typically, all of our projects we cover, we tend to carry like a 10% contingency. So in this case, we would have carried another $2 million just to have in the event of unforeseen conditions, in the event we wanted to add some things to the project, in the event as we got closer to opening the project, we want to add some things to operational needs and so forth. So we certainly normally keep something like that. In this particular case, we did not ask for that from the get-go. So it's important, I just wanted to put that out there. All the projects you've approved prior to this project, we always had some kind of owner's contingency that we carried with the project. But just to get into a little some of the details, the project through the contract that Singh has with Bobbitt, Bobbitt does have a contractor's contingency built into their price. It's about $265,000 if I'm saying the number correctly. And they're using that in case of any design errors or omissions that might have happened during the design process, some unforeseens or some other buyout issues that came about when they went to buy out subcontractors or other materials. There might have been some cost fluctuations. They're going to use those funds to cover those costs. So there is a contingency for them to use built into the contract. Right now, we don't have, like I mentioned earlier, the town does not have any type of owner's contingency, and we would like to propose one for this project at this time. And as I mentioned about the owner's contingency, this is something that would cover additional costs that we request. If we decide to make a scope change, if we want to add something to the project along the way, if there's an unforeseen condition that can't be covered under other contingencies, well, we want to be able to have some funds available to take care of those needs. And in this case, we are proposing or recommending a $500,000 contingency to be added to the project. It's a very small percentage contingency based on the total construction cost. And I think we're proposing to take it out of the Parks Reserve Fund, is that correct?
Yeah, and that 950 number is actually going to go a little bit higher with the 300 you approved tonight coming back from the dog park. So there would still be, I think, fire comfortable to say over $1 million in that reserve should you approve this request.
Okay, so if you look at the total costs that are unfunded, we've narrowed it down to the 1.3 million that Brandon mentioned a few slides ago. We're proposing to add a $500,000 owner contingency that we control. That money would stay on the town's ledger side, and we would control those funds, how we use them, and how we expend those funds. So our total funding request is $1,863,000 to be added towards the project. And we have proposed some funding sources, interest earned on the town center fund of $900,000 and $963,000 from the Parks Reserve Fund.
Questions we can answer on that.
Councilmember Suarez Johnson, please.
So I'm a little surprised that we don't have a contingency in this project. In every single other capital project that we're doing, we have a contingency. So I'll just put that out there of why. It's rhetorical because you've already explained it. The other thing is it's also anticipated that our initial estimate would go up over time, just knowing how the market is responding and oil prices and the price of asphalt and the mysterious 100-year-old pipeline underneath the old Morrisville. But nevertheless, it's well over $1 million in this next ask, plus now there's an additional ask for a contingency for the first time. I don't want to be here in another 6 months asking for another $1 million kind of thing. So I would like more information on a regular basis about these kind of situations that are pushing our costs up. Not that I will not support them, but because sometimes we need to course correct sooner so that these costs don't go up significantly, and we are against a wall and we absolutely have to pay for them because this is where we are. We've already committed to XYZ. So is there a way to, yes, and this ask such that if you exceed a contingency of $300,000 out of the $500,000 you asked for tonight, town council we'll get an update report so that we understand kind of the midpoint of, we've already exceeded this contingency, and that way we can take a review and determine if this is, there's opportunity to do some adjustment, or if this is really where we need to be, and this was just, you know.
Certainly. So we can certainly provide updates on any time we go into that contingency. Quite honestly, you would get that in almost all likelihood for most things, unless it was just a minuscule, we just need to make a small adjustment. Keeping in mind that the owner's contingency is largely going to come from things we ask to be changed. Because, you know, it's great to look at a sketch or a plan and go, this is going to be great. And then you start to build, you go, oh crap, we should put that over there, or we should have added this there. And that's when you dive into our contingency, because it's not what we originally asked the developer to do. So yes, we can certainly would give you updates if we dig into when is probably the safer word, when we dig into the contingency.
Okay, and I'm a big supporter of measure twice, cut once. So let's lean into that design really heavy and try to exhaust all this stuff before we start, you know, digging into construction, because it gets expensive fast. So thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Patel.
So, Bratton, tell me, what does a town contingency mean? Like examples of it?
So again, I think that's sort of what I was just alluding to, and I'll let Mark jump in as well. But if we are looking at the restroom building, and we realize that, oh, we should have added an extra, you know, whatever in there. Probably not a great example. That's not going to be horribly expensive. But if we realize something doesn't end up working the way we intended it to, and we want to make a change to that, that's not a design issue. That's a town, we want to change it issue. So we would pay for something where we requested a change to be made to what we originally asked for.
Okay. With that said, did we not already use 250K for the Wi-Fi and all those things? You know, we added, because that was coming from our side. It is already factored in as a town contingency. And then the stormwater close to 800,000 or something, 900,000, that the stormwater was not sufficient. We had to pump, like, you know, all the utilities. If I correctly, you were talking to me that was something that was not factored when they started doing about it.
So I can speak to the IT, and I'll let Mark speak to the stormwater. So the IT, you know, we sort of intentionally did that outside of the contract, quite honestly, because we have people that can do that work. So rather than pay all the overhead and all the profit and all the other things, it makes more sense to do that directly with Graybar, who we use for a lot of our different IT and security installations. And again, so that money was available outside of the contract. So we are adding that, but you could consider that part of what came from Congresswoman Ross's support or any number of different sources.
Technically, that is a change order in the overall scope. If you had a plan, that's a different thing. But
Well,
from our point of view, it is an addition to the overall, because that was not factored in before, right, when you gave us that.
Well, it's not a change in the sense that we knew we were going to do it. We just couldn't get it priced up until some other decisions were made along the way. So we knew we were doing it. We just we couldn't price it until we were sure what else was happening with some of the other things going into the project.
But it was not told, like, we will know about this price, like, depending on, we have to do this depending on the price that we get, right? That was not told to us before.
I would have to go back, but it's possible that wasn't a specific discussion.
Yeah, and the stormwater.
Yeah, I can explain the stormwater a little better. So the, if you recall, we built the wetland, the town center wetland, back in 2020. The town center wetland absolutely has capacity for town center. That's not even in question. It has capacity for this phase and subsequent phases of town center. What we discovered as we were designing the stormwater was that the existing pipe work that leads to the wetland were too small. We'd never upgraded those over the 100 years that we've been in existence or longer, or when those roads were built. So we realized in order to deal with that, we felt that it was more important to upgrade them now, even though there was almost adequate capacity to handle the town center green and the multifamily housing property. We didn't want to have to come back and dig up the roads later when we do subsequent phases because the pipes were too small. So we went ahead and added that cost now and upgraded all the infrastructure for stormwater so that there is adequate capacity not only in the wetland that was already existing, but as well as all the pipe work that leads to the wetland. So now subsequent phases, when they come in, they can tie right in and there's no more of that excessive infrastructure stormwater work that needed to be done.
So
And real quick, if I could give one example in addition to the one he gave about the restroom building. So, for example, let's say we're doing the electrical work for outlets and so forth for farmers markets and other events where we got to plug in. And when we're 3/4 of the way done with it, we're looking at operations and how we're going to lay it all out. And we're like, you know what? We could have used a few more outlets out here in the middle of the field to accommodate certain events. We didn't capture those in the design. That would be a time to use the owner's contingency. Hey, we need to add a few more outlets here, and that has a cost.
Exactly. So those two changes it had come out of this town contingency?
That's correct.
Like
it would come out of the owner's
the
contingency.
stormwater and the Wi-Fi's and all those things, because it is our responsibility to give them utilities, and we didn't. Whatever.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but we've already, so in all the costs you see here, we've accommodated the stormwater already. We have the IT costs already accommodated here. I think we're in a really good position in terms of unforeseen, where we're digging in the road and we're finding the utility pipes that weren't exactly where they should be located and so forth, according to the original as-built and maps that we have. We're in a really good position because we're getting close to completing a lot of that work. So those unforeseen conditions are pretty much wrapping up. So after we get to that point, there won't be a lot more of that unforeseen things that pop up because everything's new construction, new building construction, everything's new from that point up.
Yeah, I think you should sue the person who is the heir of Scroggins Avenue, because the 100-year pipe might be underneath that pipe. So you can go behind her.
There you go. Awesome.
But okay, thank you.
Councilmember Patel, please.
So, for the contingency, anytime there is a change, do you still need to come to council, or?
So typically, the way a contingency like this would work is if you authorize the staff the additional $500,000, then we would supervise those funds as we release them towards the project. We're happy to provide updates. I think that's a fantastic idea. It makes sense under the circumstances of the project, and we probably should do them anyway, regardless of the money.
Understand, I don't think
Yeah.
I need to see every.
Part of that is also keeping time in mind.
Right.
Because, we're local government, nothing works fast. So if we need to come with you, generally it's a brief one night and then we come back in 2 weeks for an action. Well, that potentially delays 30 days. And depending on what that change is, it may or may not stop the project.
And
that just becomes more
that's why I asked the
expensive.
question.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I don't see anything else on this subject right now.
Okay, thank you. So going to cover a couple quick things and wrap up with you. One, Town Center District branding and wayfinding. Staff and our consultant and Jeannie, again, is the lead on that effort. They will come in July and present you some concepts to look at. Staff has helped to narrow those down. The public has helped to narrow those down, so you have some options there. They'll talk really generally at first about cost estimates, because there's still a lot of work to be done, decisions to be made. There's also the potential for phasing, and then some street naming conventions. We talked to you a little bit about that. We have some additional information, and then also work on the social district that we intend to have as part of Town Center. And then just as an FYI, once that comes, there's costs associated with that are not yet budgeted for. But we have a couple of options there. One would be if we don't use the $500,000 contingency, that could be applied to cover all or a portion of the branding and wayfinding. And then also we anticipate sponsorship funds for the town center, so you could potentially allocate some or all of the first year sponsorship to handle that on a one-time basis, and then pick up using that sponsorship in future years for other things. But that's a conversation for July, just to update you on where we are with that. There was also a roundtable item to consider providing recognition for veterans as a part of the town green. We will dig a little bit more into that this summer now that we've got some of these more critical path items being addressed. But again, right now we don't have a funding source for that. And we will work on developing a concept and a cost estimate. We're going to seek some feedback from you. So I just want to sort of, not tonight, but priming you with these questions for when we come back. Do you have a cost range in mind? Because right now, again, there is not a budget for this. One of the discussions that I've had with a couple people is you could also consider it to be perhaps a dual veterans and first responders recognition. And if you were to consider that, we have identified some funds, about $6,000, give or take, that was raised almost immediately after 9/11, 25 years ago. And so it's very restricted. It has to go to support something related to 9/11 and first responders. So if you elected to include veterans and first responders, we have $6,000 towards what you might do. We've had some very, very basic conversation that, you know, for $10,000, $15,000, you could do a very basic, something comes out of the ground, you put perhaps a couple of plaques on it, one to recognize veterans, one first responders, and we could keep that cost down, and then you could still do the recognition I think you've indicated you're interested in, but not take away from what might ultimately come across the street with the full Veterans Memorial. So we're going to ask you about the cost range. We're going to ask you about, you know, is this a permanent recognition or should it go away when the memorial opens in the future? Other thoughts or recommendations you have. And then in talking with Councilmember Patel, you know, some discussion of how do we involve local veterans groups? Do we involve local veterans groups in this one versus the larger monument? I think that's also a discussion to be had, particularly depending on if you're going to keep this to a rather basic design of just perhaps something like, and again, we can talk about whatever you want, but if it's just a couple of plaques, you know, it could be pretty straightforward, and then you don't necessarily have to get a lot of input if you're trying to do a very basic recognition. But again, that's the kind of things we want to talk with you when we come back, because we will want to get started on that if you want that to be available, you know, when the park opens.
I can interrupt real quick. Did you have something on the previous slide, Mayor Pro Tem Rafati? You put your thing up like one slide ago.
I can wait.
Okay, I don't want to get too far away from this.
Yeah, I'm going to move away from that now to the development agreement. So if there's questions related to branding and wayfinding or the veterans, I can answer those.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to know why, are you saying there was no allocation for wayfinding in the original estimate?
Correct.
So I find that odd because of all the things that we knew we were going to need. Like, we knew we were going to need signs, right?
Yes.
So-
But we did anticipate the possibility of sponsorship funds that could cover that when we had some of our internal conversations. And again, at the time, we were really focused on getting a budget together for the town center project. You know, this is related to that. But not directly to, you know, just the park. It's a larger town center district. So we do have some options for funding, and we can come back to you and discuss that.
Oh, so these aren't signs that are going to go in the town center itself. These are signs like around town that point to the town center.
Correct. There may be some signage in town center proper, but this is more, you know, something over at perhaps Morrisville Carpenter and 54 to start pointing people, maybe even further out, you know, Town Hall and Morrisville Parkway, or excuse me, McCrimmon Parkway. You know, point this way to remind people that it's here and draw their attention, particularly because it doesn't have a clear line of sight from, you know, our major roadways.
Okay, thanks. I misunderstood what you were saying. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Councilmember Kesslin, please.
I just had one question related to the Foxglove Street that borders the town green. I remember discussions last year about doing pavers instead of asphalt. And I was wondering if it was considered to have stamped and painted asphalt that looked like bricks. That was included at all in some of the discussions?
It's not currently because of value engineering to get this project to meet budget. And that was before we brought the 20.9.
Right.
I mean, just for informational purposes, we do have a pedestrian crosswalks that are pavers and the Foxglove is, but not the entire roadway is pavers, just the pedestrian crosswalks and the sidewalk portions.
Yep, and then we have the decorative M at the large intersection, and then
That's
one
right.
more paver crossing up at Church Street. But
That's right.
the other answer to your question was that I think that was not a value, that was not considered it during value engineering because that's a very excessive cost over and above the asphalt.
Right. The stamping and painting,
Yes.
yeah? Okay.
I think we're ready for development
All
agreement.
right, thank you. This is our last part of the presentation. So again, reminded you at the beginning, remind you again, you all agreed to sign a development agreement with Singh back in September of 2024. That was really the binding document that has a lot of different content in it that speaks specifically to who's responsible for what, how that's going to work, who owns what later, and all those sort of things. You approved the First Amendment August of last year, and that was really just related to plat lines and some minor design costs and expenses that were being accounted for. So we've now discussed several additional changes in a second amendment, again, based on what we've learned, what we've experienced, based on working together, and some we've already addressed. So there are a total of 6 items that will change in the development agreement. Item number 1 is Singh reducing their fee down by $200,000, so we'll acknowledge that in section 221. We are adding some more specific information about training and documentation to be provided to town staff once the facility is ready to open. I'm sure we would have done that, but we're memorializing it in writing to make sure we have that. That amends section 2.3.8. We also are adding some clarification around restroom use. So as you recall, the cottage retail does not have individual restrooms. We have the restroom building, but what we have to do is ensure that our public restrooms are open and available to the cottage retail anytime that building is occupied. So we're just putting specific language into what our responsibilities are and what Singh's responsibilities are in relation to communication back and forth to make sure that we're meeting that requirement so they meet their requirements and don't have to put a bathroom in each cottage retail, which would be really, really bad at this point. So we're able to work through that and get that addressed. And that amends 228, which is our responsibilities, and 239, which is their responsibilities. Item number 4, again, just as we work through this is some clarification around what the project management expectations are in terms of what Singh is doing for us. Amends section 513 and 727, it's mentioned twice. Item 5 is we originally had a 10% retainage. So as we go through the course of the contract, the town retains 10% of what would normally be paid. However, Singh has an agreement with Bobbitt based on 5% retainage. So we agreed as part of the partnership to reduce ours down to 5% to meet that, and that amends section 514. And then the last thing is just an updated development schedule. So as of today, that shows August of 2027. Really cannot emphasize enough that that is a snapshot in time, and that could be inaccurate by the end of the week. But it's today, this is where we're at. So again, we can certainly keep you updated as we provide you some of these other updates on what that schedule looks like. But some of that is in our control and some of that is not in our control, weather and other things are going to influence like they do any project. So we do have a snapshot in there that sort of generally shows what the anticipated timeline is. But again, really, really important to acknowledge snapshot in time. We're not gonna update it every time the schedule changes. It's not worth doing that, but we will keep you informed of what the schedule looks like. Questions about the amendments to the development agreement?
Councilmember Patel, please.
Can you just explain what retainage is?
Retainage? So I'll let the gentleman come up. I can explain it, but they'll do it better.
I'm sure you do a great job. It's very basic. As we go, assume you had a $1,000 contract, you have a 5% retainage on it. Or let's say you had a $10,000 contract and it was billed each month $1,000. The retainage is the percentage of that that's going to be withheld. It protects the owner such that in the event that an unforeseen condition like a contractor going out of business or something like that, it's very catastrophic. I personally have actually never seen it. But it is there to protect you. So that money is just withheld each month from those pay applications at the end of the project or at the end of the substantial completion of that subcontractor's work. We release those funds back to them. And they also typically represent close to their profitability on the job. So it behooves them to stay in the game, if that makes sense.
Okay, and we're changing that from 10% to 5%?
Correct.
I don't see anything else at this time.
Okay, so if you will consider supporting these recommendations, we would bring you a capital project ordinance amendment at the July 28th meeting that would be in the total amount of $2,113,677. And that does account for within that CPOA, the $200,000 reduction. So it is a cost increase of 1.8, but we need to reflect the change in there as well. And then we would bring you a resolution authorizing me to sign the second amendment to the development agreement, highlighting the 6 items that we spoke with you about tonight.
Okay, does anyone have any concerns or further questions? Otherwise, I think staff will assume that we're okay with what we've heard tonight after our discussions and questions. Recognize Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, you're looking to make a motion. Okay, I think we're okay overall with what we've heard tonight. Thank you very much for bringing everybody together again. It's like getting the band back together. It's good to see you guys. Thank you for keeping the progress going. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to August 2027 and all the work that's going to happen in the meantime. At this time, do you want, yeah, we'll go into closed session. I'd like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to enter closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A34 to protect attorney-client privilege in the case of NCDOT versus Town of Morrisville and to discuss an economic development matter.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi and a second from Councilmember Patel. Before we take that vote, I just want to say thank everyone for watching this evening, and this is the end of our public business. All those in favor of going to closed session at this time, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. It's 10:11, and we are in closed session.